From Mike? Yeah. Yamva.
Sound check.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Minister, and good morning to the Transnet team. I think I saw people from the Auditor General's office, from the Special Investigating Unit, from the Hawks, from the NPA. Okay, ignore that part. SIU and Auditor General and members of the public. The meeting is called to order. Firstly, I want to thank the Minister for honoring our invitation to appear before the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and similarly to the Transnet team, and also members of the Auditor General and Special Investigating Unit teams who are very important to supporting the work of the committee. We're going to leave the floor largely to you, Minister, and your Transnet team, but I'm going to make a few opening remarks to maybe set the scene. So one of the things I believe is important for the committee to go through as early on as possible is developing an understanding of the entities, public entities that the committee conducts oversight on. And so we really appreciate any knowledge you can impart so that we can also deepen the oversight that we perform over the next 5 years. I also want to say we come from an era where ministers would call members of middle management were talking to ministers, board members talking, management talking to ministers and undermining boards and so on. And one of the reasons I really appreciate that at 3 levels, the minister is here. I think there is two members of the board, one a non-exec and an executive director of the company in the form of the chief executive, but also the chief executive are here, is that each one can account for the patch they oversee in front of the committee, because I think we made quite a lot of mistakes as a country in crossing those lines. So I appreciate that all 3 levels are here. And I also know that all of you understand the intentional tension in our constitution built in between parliament and the executive, that is government, and then the entities that fall within. And that is the accounting is at 2 levels. One, there is the expectation of the constitution and the South African people in relation to the role of parliament. But there's also what the minister, as a representative of the government, has set down as policy, both in terms of policy and governance intentions, and what management, therefore, management and the board have to put in place. Those become very important markers for our own oversight program, so that we can hold you accountable to what you said you would do. And finally, I also recognize, and the members of the committee recognize, that we have a new minister in place. We have a relatively new board. I think your first birthday was in July. And I think generally new executive management, at least in the roles that you're in. What is important for the committee is for all of you to be as candid as possible. We might be conducting oversight, but also we are friends of the South African people, all of us together. And when we candid with one another, it is generally helpful. And with that context, I think as a general idea is, given that all of you are relatively new, but the problems are persisting, we want to know, what have you found, what's working, what is not working, what are you going to do about it, and when? We have taken a presentation from the Auditor General, and that has been very useful for the committee in terms of honing down some of the questions we want to ask, but the story is incomplete if we don't hear from the minister and the management. So there is no expectation that you retread what the Auditor General has already done, but to the extent that members have questions, those can be dealt with. Similarly, with the Special Investigating Unit, I appreciate that slides have been sent relating to matters with the SIU, with the committee. The SIU is here, and again, if there are any questions, the committee members have had the benefit of some of that information beforehand, and then we can proceed to questions. What I will ask is that, and that is of the members, and I will repeat this at the end, that if we can, at the end of the initial presentations, all the questions we have for the minister, we ask them up front, and that is because the minister is appearing at 2 committees. There is another committee meeting taking place in the National Council of Provinces. She has opted to come here first and deal with the questions here, and at some point we will then have to release it to walk across to go to the NCOP. So if we can start with questions for the minister, and that is for the members, we'll have enough time for questions for the minister, and then we can, until 1 o'clock, deal with the Transnet team. Thank you very much. Minister, I will hand over to you, and the floor is yours and the Transnet team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you and good morning to all the honourable members. Chair, I'm accompanied in this meeting by Mr. Bosisa Jia, who is one of the non-executive directors of Transnet, and I'm also accompanied by the Group CEO, Ms. Michelle Phillips, and when she speaks, she will introduce the rest of her team who has accompanied her. Just by way of opening remarks, allow me to say that I have been the shareholder representative. I think that it's exactly 2 weeks since the Gazette was published. Obviously, what that means is that one is still on the very steep learning curve. But I'm sure honourable members will want to know, what kind of shareholder representative do you have? So I think the first thing one would want to say to Scopa is that I have 2 rules when it comes to the Auditor General. The first rule is that the Auditor General is never wrong. The second rule is that when the Auditor General is wrong, you should see the first rule. Now, what does that mean? It means that I have an expectation that our entities will take guidance from the Auditor General, that they will ensure that they take the remedial measures that are recommended by the Auditor General, and of course, one would hope that as a result of drinking that medicine, in due course, the financial outcomes of the organization will improve. I think the other thing one would want to say is that we all know about the unhappy history of Transnet. And I think if we were to characterize where Transnet is at the moment, one would say that Transnet is in a phase of recovery. Of course, as a patient recovers from serious illness, there are ups and downs. From my perspective, the down is that the number of tons of freight that we are transporting as an entity have plateaued. And that is of deep concern to me, and it is an issue which is of deep concern to the business sector that is dependent on this entity for the transportation of their goods. I think what we all understand is that Transnet in the past has achieved 220 million tons per annum. That was last achieved in 2017. What we understand is that there is a requirement that 50 million tons. And what I have shared with the board at the last week Monday is that that cannot be achieved in the distant future. It must be achieved sooner rather than later. Requires investment. I think that we have seen that recently they have received loans that are guaranteed by National Treasury. And of course, what we have also seen is that government is putting in place the architecture to allow for third-party participation. And we believe that these two measures should assist us with the recapitalization that needs to take place within Transnet. Let me also say that it's important that this committee understands that the current Group CEO has only been in a permanent position since earlier this year. I think she would just be approaching the 6-month mark. There has been significant work done to repopulate the executive management. And obviously, if you're looking at improving performance, you have to make sure that you have the warm bodies to undertake that exercise. So while we all agree that there is impatience in terms of improving performance, I think it's also important we understand the journey that Transnet is traveling and is currently engaged in. At this point, I would want to pause and hand over to Mr. Gia and also to Ms. Phillips. I'm sure that you would be anxious to see the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Minister. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair of the SCOPA. We'll go to the slides in a minute, and good morning to all the honorable members in the room. I have with me some support, my team members. Next to me is Kaleka. She will deal with the financial part. She's the acting GCFO today. I do have some of my colleagues from the legal team as well to deal with if there are any questions on some of the legal matters that we are experiencing at the moment. And then we will deal with some of the operational issues, the context, and then take the committee through the financial report. I think maybe starting off from where the Minister left off is the importance of, and Chair also in terms of the guidance that you provided at the start of the meeting, is the importance of the context and why we find ourselves where we are. The Minister mentions the 226 million ton number, which is the number that we were moving in the 2017-2018 financial year. That's always the number that we are benchmarking on, the number that we need to get back to. You know, I think you're aware that the chairperson is not here, and apologies on his behalf, but important is the context, is what has this new board found in July when it came to Transnet. And then also looking at that operating context, what did we put in place to get some kind of stabilization in this business, and then also try to turn the performance in the opposite direction from which it was going. So if you look at that period, 2017-2018 to 2023, and then we'll start with the 23-24 presentation, it speaks of a decline in volumes from 226 million tons to 149.5 million tons in 22-23. We talk about a decline in revenue over that same period from 72.9 billion rands to 68.9 billion. Now, the context of this is important because when we present to you the detail of the 23-24 year and the importance of that, it's to understand what are the things that we've had to deal with over this first 6 months of our recovery plan. We also see EBITDA reducing from 32.5 billion rand over the period to a 23 billion rand over the period. And of course, profit declining from positive 4.8 billion to a loss of 5.7 billion in the year 22-23. And as you are well aware, pretty much the liabilities of the debt, which is really strangling Transnet at the moment, increasing from a 58 billion in 2011-12. Those years are important, and it's important for the committee to be aware of the years that I mentioned, the period. 58 billion in 2011 to around 122.5 billion in 17-18, and then 130 billion in 22-23. Some of the challenges, and I'll go into more detail: maintenance backlog, we've heard about aging infrastructure, vandalism, cable theft.
So, sorry, Ms. Phillips, I don't know if the,
No, it's purely, I'm doing a quick introduction.
oh,
before
I
get to
see,
the
okay,
detail.
okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Sorry, the presentation was
The
faster.
presentation wasn't saying what you saying, okay,
Yes.
thanks.
And then, of course, as you said, I'm just taking the lead from you, Chair, in terms of what have we done about it. We will go into the detail of what we've done about it. We've had to develop a recovery plan over a 6, 12, 18 months. We are now currently in phase 2 of that recovery plan. Of course, the board approved that recovery plan in October 2023. We then had an exodus of leadership, as you're aware, in October, November 2023, and a number of us had to step up and act in positions to try and turn things around. We've, entered into collaborations with our customers, cooperation with the NLCC to see how we can turn things around in this business. And currently, you see that the Transnet position speaks of a debt cost, finance cost, close to 14 billion rand, interest cost that's really, really strangling the business. We've seen an improvement in the volumes that are being moved, and yes, not at the speed at which we would like, but certainly some improvement there, some stabilization in the business. We are trying very hard to meet the government guarantee conditions. You'll be aware that the government provided some support to us in the form of a 47 billion rand guarantee that allowed us to continue to borrow so that we can ensure that we can finance the recovery plan. Now, if we go to the presentation for the day, we will share with you the detail of the operating context and the context in which we operate. We will share with you the business performance, the financial performance. We'll speak to the funding and the debt. And then we'll also talk about the regulatory and the compliance matters, which largely deals with PFMA compliance, the matters of irregular expenditure, and we'll try to explain that to you. And then we proceed towards the end of the presentation, I think, which you are aware of, is a look ahead or where it is that we are going, what are we doing to fix the situation that we find ourselves in. The slide that you have there purely speaks to, as part of your I think your objective, Chair, to induct the committee. Transnet consists of 6 operating divisions. But if you look at our asset base, obviously our people are very important to us. 50,994 employees in Transnet. And we operate an asset base of just over 364 billion rand. Our commercial footprint, you will see 8 commercial ports, 16 cargo terminals across these ports, and 132 maintenance depots, 11 engineering yards. You see our rail and port manufacturing and maintenance facilities. It is a huge asset base that we handle on a daily basis. You see the 3,000 kilometers in excess of that pipeline infrastructure. That's what we use in our Transnet Pipeline Operating Division to move liquid petroleum products from Durban to Gauteng to ensure that the inland has both petrol, diesel, as well as jet fuel for our Tambo. You'll see there operational locomotives, 1,911 on a daily basis, crisscrossing this 30,000 railway network that we operate, including the 2 heavy haul lines, mainly the iron ore line and the coal line. And of course, we have a property portfolio as well, another division of Transnet, 13.8 billion rand worth of commercial and residential property portfolio. We can move to the next slide. So, Chair, I spoke to a brief summary, the challenges that has threatened Transnet's sustainability, which of course led to the creation of this recovery plan. So as you correctly point out, the board of directors was appointed in July 2023 and entered the business with a number of challenges that was existing at the time. The high debt, as you can see, increasing from 122 billion in 17-18 to 130 billion in 2022-23, a 6% increase. What that means is that our annual repayment on a monthly basis. We have interest payments of 1 billion rand a month. Of course, really causing a major problem for the business, as well as reducing its working capital, threatening our ongoing sustainability. And we continue to work very hard to ensure that we try to move the volume so that we can reinvest that into the business. You see the matter of the declining asset condition. On a daily basis, as we speak, we are confronted with matters of derailments, rail breaks, particularly on the ore line, and this is largely because of declining network and infrastructure, largely because of, you see on the next slide, maintenance backlog, possibly not investing in the areas that we require, but largely because I think, you know, the shortage of the funding that we've had over a period as well. If you look at the Transnet freight rail operations, the key concern there is equipment unavailability. I think the committee will be aware of the CRRC impasse that we've been experiencing. The CRRC impasse is largely because of the contract that was found to be irregular due to the 1064 locomotives that was found to be irregular. That contract was then terminated. And we've been trying to resolve the impasse with CRRC. Unfortunately, as Transnet itself, we've not been able to resolve it. The issues that are impacting CRRC at the moment is largely the matter with the South African Revenue Services, as well as the South African Reserve Bank. Should this matter, though, be resolved, it immediately would inject 99 locomotives into the system. Which would go a long way to assisting Transnet in its recovery. We mentioned the issue of declining market share, and you'll see that in the numbers as we move forward, from the 226 in 17-18 to now to the 149 in 22-23. I've spoken to the maintenance backlog. You can see the backlog, 51 billion rand, purely to restore the network, and then of course another 19 billion to ensure sustainability of the network going forward. Then of course we've had legacy governance shortcomings. We have quantified in Transnet that when we look at what is generally referred to as the state capture years, during the financial year 11-12 to 18-19, we see that there is a 60 billion rand, what we call ineffective debt. This is debt that has been incurred, but debt that we have to redeem, but for which we, in effect, do not receive any positive value. And the reason we do not receive any positive value for that is because some of those assets have not been able to enter the system as intended when we entered into this debt. If we go to the next slide, it purely sets out these challenges per operating division. Again, the Transnet challenges, if we look at specifically at the rail, port, and pipelines divisions, the external factors that impact that, and of course the broader economic implications. At the end of the day, Transnet's mandate is to reduce the cost of doing business in this country, but also to ensure that we are able to impact positively the employment rates in the country, because if we fail to do that, we are actually contributing to poverty rather than reducing the levels of poverty in the country. So it's very important for Transnet that we are able to deal with these challenges so that we can do what the Minister requires of us and get to the 226 or the 250 million tons sooner rather than later. So if we look at the rail, mainly the rail challenges, I've mentioned the underinvestment. We've talked about the rolling stock shortages, which then speaks to service delays and our inability to service our customers according to their expectations. And of course, it then results in decreased capacity of our operations. What that then means is that we are unable to operate to the standards required. And then we also have the ever-increasing problem of network vandalism and theft. On the port side, aged equipment, unfortunately, in the port environment, when you fail to renew your fleet, timeously, it is going to impact you quite extensively in your operations, largely because when you order this equipment, the lead time to receive this equipment is between 18 and 24 months. So if you have failed to renew timeously, it simply means that you have to wait a lot longer. We'll speak to you about what we've done and how we have been able to engage with OEMs to mitigate the challenges that we've been experiencing on aged equipment. Adverse weather challenges, this is particularly with the changes in the weather patterns. I'm sure the committee would be aware particularly over the past 2 months specifically, with vessels coming, rerouting and coming towards South Africa, we've had a number of vessels in distress. Those vessels, because they're in South Africa's waters, we have to give them berths where they can take refuge, and that has impacted us. But generally, our equipment is limited for safety reasons, and when the weather or the wind is excessive, we are not able to operate. It's made even worse when the equipment is aged. Port congestion, I think the committee will be aware as to where we were in November of 23. It was quite extensively reported in the newspapers. You saw 23 vessels outside of DCT Pier 2 waiting to be berthed. We've had to do a lot of work to reduce that congestions, and in fact we've been able to get those numbers down to 4, 5, and 6 in the recent past. On the pipeline side, we've seen generally because of the demand, a decline in liquid petroleum. This is largely because of the move away from fossil fuels and the increase in EVs, but we are moving whatever is possible and has not been to date responsible for any shortage in inland in respect of the movement of liquid petroleum. We have been in that space also challenged by vandalism and theft. However, I can say with confidence that with the interventions that we've implemented in the pipeline space, we've pretty much been able to control the breach of the network when it comes to the pipelines. We do see high barriers for entry for junior players, and we've been busy with interventions to make it easier for independents or previously disadvantaged to get into that space as well. I think what is important also for the committee to remember, in fact, when I joined TPL as Chief Executive in 2020, I think by the end of 2021, you saw the Durban refineries closing down. South Africa used to manufacture, or in other words, convert crude into white product. We used to bring in, manufacture 70% to 75% of the product in South Africa. At the time of the closure of the refineries, we now see South Africa importing 75 to 80% of the product. That has obviously resulted in quite a bit of pressure on our water side in terms of bringing product in. I'm not going to go too much into the external factors, Chair. I think everybody understand that. What is important for us is we see increasing logistics costs. We do see road transport increasing and unfortunately causing further pressure on the system. We need to promote private sector participation in our business. And then obviously, I'm just picking up a few of them, ensuring greater safety and security for our network. We can move to the next slide. So these are the numbers. We've talked about this. We've moved from 17-18 to 26 million tons. Seen a decline of close to 77 million tons in 22-23. The stabilization that I've spoken about in the year 23-24, post the adoption of the recovery plan. The 151 really speaks to the first 6 months of the recovery plan. You'll note we implemented that in round about October of 2023. That then resulted in us being able to stabilize the performance and being able to move a little bit more, 2 million tons above what we had delivered in the previous financial year. So again, as the ministers indicated, the ministers referred to it as a plateau. We remain dissatisfied with the performance and where we are. we are quite clear that the numbers that we need to get to are the 226, and in fact, to make a meaningful impact on the economy, the 250 million ton number is the number that everybody is working towards. We can move to the next slide. These ones is purely indicating the port volumes and the pipeline volumes. You can see at a peak in 17-18, we were moving 4.6 million TEUs. TEUs are what we refer to as 20-foot equivalent units. Essentially, it is a 6-meter container. They come in two sizes, 6 meters and 12 meters. And you see 4.6 million TEUs is what we moved at our peak. Then, of course, we had COVID, 2020, 2021. But we've steadily been trying to get the numbers back there. The target for this year is at 4.4 million TEUs. They largely also impacted, as I've said, failure to renew the fleet timeously. So a lot of work that we've had to do to engage with the OEMs so that we can get equipment into the system very quickly. Pipeline volumes, the same. You'll see in 2020, that business practically with the closure of the refineries, but also the travel restrictions that were implemented at the time resulted in the 13 billion that we see there, but at a peak, 17.8 billion liters that is moved on that network. 23, 24, the number sitting at 15.1 billion liters. We see that number, because the demand is pretty much what it is, that is probably the numbers, and more or less around that number where we will remain going forward. We can go to the next slide. This slide intends to show the financial position and how that's deteriorated over the period. I've spoken to that, but you can see on the revenue side, 72.8 billion that this business was earning in 17-18, down to 22-23, 68.8. We will show you the numbers for the 23-24 year, an increase in that number. But you can see both from an operating expenses line going in the wrong direction, so a lot of work going on to reduce those numbers, but then also as an EBITDA, as a result of less revenue, more operating expenses, you see your EBITDA going in the wrong direction as well. When Kgaleka shows you the 23-24, you will see the difference in the numbers then. Of course, the borrowings, we spoke about where the numbers stood at 2011, 2012. There is a slide further on, but you'll see 122 billion in borrowings in 17-18. That number in 22-23 has risen to 130 billion, which then also, if you look at the capital investment at the bottom, you can see the numbers, but resulting together with that borrowings number, you see the increase in the finance costs, which we will also speak to as we move forward. Let's go to the next slide. So all of that then leads us to what we call the first phase of our recovery plan. What I've shared with you is what we found and what we now had to deal with. One of the things that was very clear for us, or aspects that were very clear for us in setting up this recovery plan, is that the focus on the operations and the development of tactical initiatives to drive volume recovery is very important across all of the operating divisions. Of course, that is supported by a number of the things that I've mentioned already. When I spoke about the challenges that we're experiencing, when we diagnose and we go to the root cause of the things that has put us in the place that we are, we have to have focused interventions that will deal with those matters to turn things around. And that's why you see matters such as equipment and infrastructure, people management, because people are, we have to work with the mindsets of our people and get them to be more productive, continue to train and motivate them. Procurement has been a challenge for us. Fortunately, in collaboration with the NLCC and the National Treasury, we've been able to convince them to what we call to enable us through departures from some of the PFMA regulations to enable us to procure better. The argument that we had to make is that we cannot be using peacetime processes when we are at war. The difficulty that we've been experiencing in the procurement space we needed to deal with. We made the case to them and they've been assisting us in terms of making it a little bit easier for us to procure and still be compliant. So I think that's very important that we have found ways to reduce procurement cycle times, but still remain compliant. We've discussed the matter of maintenance. We've discussed the matter of funding. We'll go into more detail with that. PSPs and strategic initiatives, there's a lot of work going on to see how best can we crowd in the private sector so that we can get funding into the business. We understand that government does not necessarily have the funds that Transnet requires, and therefore we need to find ways or other ways to crowd in the private sector so that we can get more investment into the business. We found that our business was very manually driven. We've had to do a lot of work, and we continue to do that to enhance the digital transformation, whilst at the same time motivating our people for them to understand that digitizing does not necessarily mean loss of jobs. It simply means better jobs for our people. And of course, the matter of safety, which is everything that we do, but not at the expense of safety. This slide for me is a very important one because it makes it very clear what are the tactical things and the things that we are doing in terms of the operations to recover the business. We'll go to the next slide. So as you see, part of what we do means that we have to agree with the minister in respect of the shareholder plan. What we did was, and this would have come, I think, through the AG's report as well, Chair, we've got a corporate plan. We had to submit the compact to the minister. Then we had the appointment of the new board. What was very clear was that the corporate plan that you had at the time was not going to be achieved. In fact, it was impossible of achievement. We needed to come up with a plan that we knew would be achievable, but also that dealt with matters that were within our control. As I've indicated, we prepared a recovery plan that excluded specifically the matter of the CRRC locomotives, because as we've indicated, as much as we have tried to facilitate the resolution of that impasse, the matters that need to be resolved there sits within the Reserve Bank and the South African Revenue Services. Then we aligned this compact to the recovery plan, and and then the minister then approved essentially two shareholder compacts. One that would apply to the period April to October 2023. Sorry, that's an error there, 2023. And then one that would apply from November 2023 to March 2024. So we fully aligned that recovery plan also with the freight logistics roadmap as directed by the Minister of Finance. You recall that when we approached government for support in 2023, the Minister of Finance in his midterm budget speech was very clear that no support will be coming to Transnet unless they aligned with the freight logistics roadmap. We proceeded to do just that, and in December 2023, we were granted the guarantee by the Minister of Finance, enabling us to proceed with the funding of our recovery plan. So currently, we are now being measured against those shareholder compacts. But of course, I think with the new minister, we will be agreeing on a new shareholder compact that serves to better meet the requirements of the business going forward. We can go to the next slide. So part of what the board then had to do, Chair and members, is to ensure that we have a new leadership in place. We have Nosipho Mapumolo, not able to be here today. She's been appointed as the Group Chief Financial Officer. My appointment was made permanent on the 1st of March of this year, 2024. Russell Baikis was appointed as the Chief Executive of Transnet Freight Rail, also in March 2024. Sibongisi Nikati replaced me as the Chief Executive of Transnet Pipelines. I believe that was late on in the year, also 2024. One of the requirements, certainly, as I was going through the recruitment process, was that Transnet needs to, again, revive the appointment of the Group Chief Operating Officer, so that this focus on operations could happen on a day-to-day basis. And we then appointed Solila Swallow as the Group Chief Operating Officer. Phyllis De Feto has been appointed as the Acting Chief Executive of Transnet National Ports Authority. In the interest, I think, of disclosure and importance of disclosure, I need to indicate to the committee that we, through whistleblower reports and investigations that we've had to conduct at the National Ports Authority, we have had to suspend 12 members of the management team of the National Ports Authority. And currently, we have a team of people acting within the National Ports Authority, and we can provide the details of those investigations as we move forward. Besima Bunda is the Acting Chief Executive of Transit Engineering. The Chief Executive retired earlier in this year. And then, as part of the reform resulting in the split or divisionalization of Transnet Freight Rail into Freight Rail Operations and the Infrastructure Manager, which we call TRIM, we've then appointed Tembi Lekhanyane as the interim Transnet Infrastructure Manager. Essentially, these are, some of the new leadership that's been appointed in the past few months. This slide just deals with the dates. We can move off this one. In terms of the various segments and where we want to seek to leverage on private sector participation and how we crowd that in, on the iron ore line, we want to see how we can stabilize the delivery there and support the growth of that sector. We've been really, really struggling on the iron ore line. The network there, the rail lines, is really deteriorating, I suppose, as we speak. We're doing a lot of work now to prepare for an annual shut in October, together with the customers, to do a lot of replacement of rail and a host of other interventions so that we can have a reliable network there. On the manganese line, we are continuing to move to migrate manganese exports to from Port Elizabeth to Nuga. The plant in Port Elizabeth essentially it's way past its end of life, and we are moving to see how we can crowd in again private sector capital to set up a new terminal that will support us for manganese growth up to 22 million tons per annum. On the coal line, there's work to be done there. One, to reduce the costs for customers, but also to restore the export coal capacity. We have recently conducted independent assessments on both the iron ore line as well as the coal line. And we've been able to quantify exactly what is required over the next period to be able to get this network back to the standard required for us to export the numbers that we are required to export. The work that we are doing now is to see how we can get the service providers to give us a more compressed timeline. The numbers speak to 12 billion rand that is required on the coal line, as an example, over the next 5 years. We need to reduce that as much as possible because we need to get to the numbers that we need to export. We see chrome and magnetite also growing and a lot of work going. We'll share with you the plans for Richards Bay, the kind of work that's going into ensuring that we become a leading exporter of those commodities. On the autos and container side, we're continuing to leverage PSP so that we can reposition these businesses. A lot of work going on in the agri and the fruit to partner with the export cold chain partners so that we can further assist in moving the agri volumes that we require to move. And I've spoken, I think, also about the fuel and gas. So we are also trying to leverage the private sector there. We have recently entered into a partnership with Vopak for the building of the LNG terminal in Richards Bay. That is a new business for us. It's part of our transition into cleaner fuels, and we have a minority interest in that business. We can move. I'm going to hand over, okay, this slide. The importance of this slide to the committee is the following. When we got into looking at the business in October last year, 2023, and working with people like Prof. Jan Havenga, he was very clear with us that if you continue on the path that you are on and you do nothing, you are going to end up between the 139 to 142 million tons per annum at the end of this year. So this line purely seeks to show that with the interventions that we've implemented over the period, which is the first 6 months of the recovery plan, where we ended up. Next slide. No, we're going up instead of down. Okay. So you can see the volume performance, how we've improved to get it to the 151.7 million tons. Still a long way to go and clearly not where we need to be. The number is to, the intention is to get to the beyond the 200 million tons, certainly, in order for us to fully recover. If we move to the next slide. These are the numbers as at 23-24. So this is what forms the basis of the 23-24 financial results. We had a recovery plan target of 154.4. The previous year, we did 149, and we ended up on 151.7. And you can see these on the top there, those 6 blocks there, purely shows the performance of the various corridors. Unfortunately, on the ore corridors, I've indicated we've not been able to meet the target. On the Cape corridor, slightly below there, and on the Northeast corridor, as well as the Central corridor. The North corridor, we were in fact, we were probably going to exceed that number by a bigger number. However, I think just as we were on an upward trajectory, we had major derailments in January towards the last quarter of this financial year. Port containers, you see, above prior year, but slightly below the recovery plan target. Port automotives, largely as a result of the the market. But when it comes to specific performance indicators, the auto terminals are exceeding their numbers, but it's the market as it is. Pipeline, I've indicated the concerns there. And then what we've had to do is a lot of self-help initiatives to ensure that we don't take the OPEX number too far. However, so this is the number. We had a budget of 52 billion. We were able to come in substantially lower by 4.2%, which is good. However, you'll see that when we get to the final number, that bubble there speaks about excluding NATREV provision. Those are the provisions that we've now had to make because of the litigation that is ongoing between the NATREV partners and Transnet, which I think you've heard about in the newspapers. So it's not cash that we've paid out. We have lodged an appeal on the matter, but the auditors are clear that we have to make the provision on the basis of the worst possible scenario. We go to the next slide. So I've discussed now the NATREV matter. We made in 2020 a provision of around 4.5 billion for that. We've not paid that, of course, but it's a provision in our books. And then we've had to make a further provision on the basis of the recent judgment against Transnet. This is in relation to an agreement that the then government entered into with the NATREV partners to get them to keep their refinery inland and not at the coast. This agreement served to treat them as if they were at the coast. so that the refineries at the coast do not have an advantage to the inland partners. We believe that, and we are engaging with, in settlement discussions, we're also engaging with the various authorities on the matter, particularly the energy regulator, NERSA, as well as the Department of Mineral, I'm trying to get it, and petroleum, it's no longer energy, yes. So we're trying to see how they can support us. Then we've got the other matter, which is the Pier 2 legal dispute. This matter is coming in front of the court over the next few days. It's been in the papers as well. We believe that the procurement processes that have been implemented is defendable, but of course we will await for the court's decision on this particular matter. I think we can move to the next slide. So I'm going to hand over to Koleka to do the financial performance. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Just before you begin, can I just ask that on each slide we focus on the salient points? So, because the members received they received the Auditor General's presentation and then received the slides ahead of time. I want us to get to question time for the minister as efficiently, and then we've got enough time with you until 1 o'clock.
Okay, good morning, Chair. Good morning to the committee. As Michelle indicated, my name is Qaleka Manxipho and standing in for the Group CFO, Ms. Nosipho Maphumulo. Chair, if then you look at our revenue performance, Michelle did indicate in terms of the volumes where we are and how the volumes have improved owing to the recovery plan that was implemented. Both port and rail volumes improved, offset by the decline in the pipeline volumes for the reasons that she's already indicated. But our revenue increased about 11.6% to 76 billion. Over and above the volume increases, there's also a tariff increases that has contributed to the increase in volumes. Then if I move to the net operating expenditure, on the net operating expenditure, the biggest movement that contributes to the 19.2 billion, 19.2% increase on the operating expenditure is the NATREF provision that Michelle indicated of 4.8 billion pre-tax. Also about 2.5 billion contributing on the increase in the salary or the wage bill based on the wage agreement that we had with our bargaining council, and also 603 million increase in security cost. It also important, Chair, that we also emphasize that because it also impacts our revenue generation. If you look at our revenue, we had about 2.1 billion that we lost due to theft and vandalism. Our revenue would have been higher if we didn't have all these incidents that are currently happening in our network. Then our EBITDA is slightly down 3.6% to 22 billion, owing mainly to the increase in expenses, especially the NATREF provision. For the year ended 31st March 2024, we had a loss of 7.3 billion. Had it not been the NATREF provision and the take-or-pay penalty, it would have improved from the prior year 5.1 billion to about 1.8 billion. So the loss this year was also impacted significantly by the provision of 4.8 that I talked about earlier on. Then moving to our financial position, if you look at our total assets, it's about 364 billion. If then you look at the percentage, it does look like there was no movement, Chair, but I will just quickly highlight all the movements that have happened there. We have invested about 16.6, close to 17 billion on our infrastructure and capital spend. That 17 billion was offset by the accumulated depreciation, increase in accumulated depreciation due to the previous revaluation of our port assets and rail infrastructure. Also, there was about devaluation, 4.8 billion devaluation on the infrastructure this year, both port, rail, and the pipeline infrastructure. That contributed to the net movement of about 4.8. Hence, then you see no movement on the asset. It was those offsets. Then our liabilities are currently sitting at 226.5 billion, a 4.6% increase. The increase that is also contributing there, the NATREF provision of 4.7 billion or 4.8 billion, and also just slight movements on the decommissioning provision. So those are the two biggest movements on our total liabilities. Then if you look at our gearing, it was up a little bit. We're currently sitting at 46.2%. There was slight increase in debt. You will see when we talk about the debt slide, and also the devaluation of the properties that I mentioned earlier on contributed to that increase in the gearing. And then if we move to just our cash balances or the cash flow statement of the business, you're looking at the cash generated from operations improved significantly by 13.6%, owing to the increase in revenue and some of the expenses that we've managed to drive some cost savings, even though the expenses, as indicated, it was impacted by the provisions that we've raised. But the cash generated from operation, excluding working capital, is currently sitting at with a 13.6% increase. Then if you look at our capital investment, as I indicated, we did invest about 17 billion in our asset base, and an increase compared to last year of 8%. There is a focus on making sure that we do invest and spend on our infrastructure. As I can confirm, 83% of the spend went to the replacement and investing on existing assets. Then the expansion was only 17%, Chair. But our capital expenditure is really focused on making sure that the existing infrastructure is taken care of. Then our cash balance, we closed with a 13.9 billion cash balance, which is a 2.5% increase compared to the prior year. Next slide. Okay, the next slide is really looking at our debt redemption profile. Chair, I will just focus the Chair's attention on the bottom graph to say in this financial year, we've got 16.6 billion debt maturing, and the year that follows that is about 18.9. You will see maybe when we move to the next slide will just indicate the current debt status. You can move to the next slide. On this one, I just wanted to highlight what is maturing. Then, Chair, as per the committee's request, if you look at our debt, it really increased from 2011 and to 2016. We were at 134.5 billion. There, the main driver was really the assets that were bought at the time, which Michelle alluded on, of the capital expenditure that was exceeding about 166 billion. Therefore, the increase in those years resulted in the finance cost, because if you see between 2016 and 2023, there was really no significant movement on the debt, even though the debt that we were borrowing or raising then, it was really to repay whatever was happening in the up until 2016. Given that, then the debt increased, our cash, the finance cost also increased, and interest cover deteriorated as a result of then the debt that we were currently sitting with. In 2024, we end up with a cash interest cover of 1.9, and we've obtained all the cover, for the lender covenants, we've really, the lenders have given us the waiver to be able then to read the results. And so maybe, Chair, what I can so highlight is also something that has deteriorated as well. In 2023, the question will be asked, it improved a little bit because of 5.8 billion special appropriation that we got there. But then, Chair, it is really important that we emphasize that the interest bill that we are currently paying is coming from those years. Maybe if I can move to the next slide. The next slide is the PFMA compliance. Maybe on this one, Chair, before I hand over to my colleague Slindile, it is just important to just emphasize that in 2022, as Transnet, we were given an exemption by National Treasury. The exemption came as a result of the qualifications that we had in the prior years. Then Transnet applied for the exemption. The exemption was meant to give Transnet an opportunity to implement controls and make sure that our procurement processes are we've got adequate procurement processes for us to be able to prevent and make sure that there's accurate and complete reporting of irregular expenditure. Then the exemption meant that on our financial statements, we don't disclose the irregular and fruitless expenditure, but then it is disclosed in our integrated report, but we continued to report on the irregular expenditure. So the board then came in, we implemented the remedial plan for us to be able then to fix the control environment and make sure that when we report the irregular expenditure, it is accurate and complete. It is also important that we also emphasize that that exemption really gave Transnet the opportunity. You will see when that are currently reported have really reduced from the previous year. So I will just hand over to Lindile quickly to take the committee through that's just the details of the irregular and fruitless expenditure. Thanks.
If I may. Good morning, committee number one. My name is Lindile. I'm responsible for report of the PFMA amongst responsibilities. If you can go to the second slide, because I believe this one has already been touched on by Kalega. The key one is to highlight the decreasing trend on the irregular expenditure. You would recall prior the exemption in year 2021, the consolidated figure was at a range of 105 billion. When we got the exemption in FY 2022, the first identified irregular expenditure were in the range of only 1.1 billion. And by no means, Chair, am I trivializing when I'm saying only. The number, yes, may be high, but when you look at the subsequent years, it drastically reduced. If you look at 2023, we only identified the new irregular expenditure to be 556 million from the 1 billion. And the differences, when you look at the slide that says the multi-year contracts and the new contracts, the multi-year contracts would have been contracts entered into in the past. And as we also continuously identify the instances of irregular expenditure, you will see that we're picking up those through our internal controls that have been heightened, and the number obviously would remain there until it is condoned. There is a project that we've embarked on with the guidance and the leadership of the GCE. So a number of these we are hoping and relying on the National Treasury to condone this. The last one for 2024, you'd see only 229 million that was picked up as irregular expenditure. So the trend continuously is decreasing. And to highlight on 2024, Chair, as you know that we are in the exemption period, and the request and part of those conditions is that we are not being audited. However, in the 2022 and 2023, Auditor General looked at it on agreed upon procedure basis, which means they didn't go in depth, but it's just to make sure that the numbers are accurate and also ensuring that there's credibility on the disclosed numbers in the integrated report. The FY 2024, though, was audited, and the reason they audited that also, Chair, is to ensure that we are accountable for the numbers that they pick up, and to highlight is that they did not pick up any material findings for the first time in years in the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair. The breakdown on the next two slides highlights the request that the committee has made to say of the 1.7 billion amount, where is it coming from and what is it made of? And as you would know, Chair, due to the legislation of the country, we can't disclose the service providers nor the employees. However, we've tried as much as possible to just give the committee context as to where these numbers are coming from. As you will see also in terms of the person and the entities responsible, we've highlighted the stage of where we are at in getting the condemnations and the identification of the responsible people. Moving into the slide after this, Chair, it's highlighting the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Maybe let me pause so that they move to the next slide. It highlights fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Again, the trend, as you can see, where we started on when we were granted examination on the 31st of March, 2022, which was the last day of the financial year, we were at 120 million, and currently we are at 15 million, and majority of those 9 million of the 15 million relates to the fencing that was found to not be environmentally compliant with what was required. So again, it highlights the implementation of the internal controls that are ensuring that not only are we identifying these, but we are aiming to make sure that they are as low as possible. The last slide, Chair, on the presentation on compliance, it highlights what have we done since, and also the initiatives that we were able to take based on the exemption. And I would take, obviously the committee members would have read the slide on my left-hand side, is highlighting from the PFMA perspective the initiatives that have been highlighted, looking at the preventative controls also that have been put in place. And then on the right-hand side, it's focusing on the procurement transformation that our GCPO, Vule, is here also will be taking you through later when probably responding to the questions. But it highlights quite a number of initiatives that have led to the drastic reduction of the identified irregular expenditure, Chair. So as will be highlighted, you can see that the trend going downwards also was enabled by the exemption in order for us to focus on cleaning out the environment and be able to put in place the measures that will make sure that we don't increase the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chair, I will pause there and hand over to Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to close very quickly, Chair. I'm not going to go through this slide. All it does, it indicates the kind of highlights that we've experienced during the first phase of our recovery plan. There are lowlights. We continue to focus on the matter of derailments, port delays, derailments in the coal line that we've experienced. These things have impacted our ability to move the kind of volumes that we would have liked. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. We can go to the next slide. Chair, all the slide is intended to indicate to the committee, and they would have read this, is that the collaboration with industry stakeholders are really beginning to yield positive results. I mentioned a few of the stakeholders there, the NLCC, Operation Vulindlela, our engagement with the coal export partners, all our customers in general, the kind of engagements that we've now put in place and that we are working on in trying to together resolve the problems of the network. A lot of work being done, particularly in the Western Cape and in the Eastern Cape with the fish, with the fresh produce or the farmers, in terms of the making sure that we meet the requirements when it comes to exporting during the seasons. We go to the next slide. This one, Chair, is purely to indicate to the committee the progress that has been made in the last few months in terms of ordering equipment and making sure that these then start delivery. So this is to show the committee the kind of schedule that we now have. This has come through a lot of negotiating with the OEMs. South Africa is not a big buyer of this type of equipment globally. There's only a few OEMs. So if we are able to, together with our customers, try and find our way up the order book, you know, this will go a long way to assist us in trying to get the necessary equipment into the system. The equipment across the fleet, across all of the ports, have pretty much, as I've said, they either exceeded their design life or they are close to exceeding their design life. We'll go to the next slide. This also is purely to indicate the mitigations that we've done because of the impasse with the Chinese on the CRRC locomotives. We've had to get a step in OEM, and this is purely to indicate the kind of schedule that we are working on over the next 3 years. Go to the next slide. This is the kind of work that we're doing. That is also part of our government guarantee conditions. With the National Treasury, you can see our successes when it comes to the freight logistics roadmap and how we are trying to continuously and consistently fast track the initiatives that are included in the freight logistics roadmap that speaks to the reform of the sector, the accounting separation of TFR, the corporatization of the TNPA. All those remain on track, and we are compliant with the requirements of our guarantee conditions as we speak. We can go to the next slide. This is purely the status of these initiatives, the various stages, which are all of the projects that we are working on across the country, purely to indicate how we are dealing with it and what it is that we are doing. You will see there, it is really our performance in terms of the government guarantee framework agreement that we've signed with the National Treasury. And the next slide is also an indicative list. These are the things that, together with the Minister and the PSP unit, that's being set up, the kind of things that we will be working on over the next 18 months, 3 years to 5 years. I say it's an indicative list. The objective remains to fast track as much as possible because we need to get investment into the business sooner rather than later. And I think, Chair, that's the end of our presentation. Chair, my apologies. The SIU, we work with them very closely. As I've indicated, I think that they will present at some point the progress of the matters that fall within their ambit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. No, that presentation has been shared with the committee. So I just want to provide some assurance to the committee. So the minister is coming back for a longer sitting with us next week, not just for Transnet, but for some of the other entities that fall under. So the minister and the deputy minister on consecutive days. But just to say, this is our first interaction. There will be a further longer interaction. So I'm going to give an opportunity to the members to ask the minister questions, and I will raise some issues, and understanding that the minister doesn't run the operations, the management must answer that. But Minister, I will just highlight 3 issues, which I think for me are important. The first is the resolution of the CRCC dispute, because the net effect of it, in my view, is that we have committed funds, we borrowed those funds, we procured locomotives, we don't have them. There are several issues. There are governance issues and investigations, 1. 2, if I understand, there is an issue with the SA Revenue Services. 3, there is an issue with the SA Reserve Bank. The net effect of that is that there is a gap in the capacity of the operations to be able to meet their objectives. And if I'm mischaracterizing the problem, please let me know. The second is the exemptions on irregular and fruitless expenditure. As I understood from the Auditor General's presentation last week, and I think from the Transnet team as well, is that it had a lot to do with the possibility of breaching debt covenants. Now, that was a 3-year exemption granted. What would be important to understand is whether at the end of that 3 years, reporting forward, one, and secondly, that because this kind of exemption for me is not the kind of thing we must get used to, because it's a fix to resolve a financial and fiscal risk, where the state could then have to kind of back up the loans that have been made by Transnet or any other entity. Otherwise, we need to have full reporting, and it cannot continue into perpetuity. The third, for me, relates to the recapitalization of Transnet, because there is a conversation about the role of the private sector, as we heard. Those are issues that Parliament typically deals with, and I believe, Minister, they fall in the policy and legislative and cabinet space, unless I'm mistaken. And so I'd like to get your views on that. But can I get, and again, like I said, let's start with the Minister. Can I get hands, Honorable Neil May, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Mende, Honorable Molife, I note you, Honorable Atkinson, and Honorable Skosana here. So can I, Honorable Esak, can I please ask that we get to the question? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to the Minister and colleagues present here. Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is for the Minister, is that the new board's remuneration for the previous financial year was more than double of the previous board. And this comes as the SOE implemented a new remuneration policy to support the recovery plan. However, the board has come under scrutiny for lacking rail and regulatory experience. The Transnet disclosed that its chairperson had earned 2.2 million for the year ended March 2024. That is double that is earned by the previous. So that was one of the areas that I wanted to ask. The second area is that new loans. The Transnet is already under stress with regards to its cash flow. And there are 2 new loans that have just been taken, and that is from the New Development Bank for 5 billion, and another one is from the Development Bank for 1 billion. We are servicing our cost of borrowing at 14 billion. The oversight to make sure that we don't get run away with borrowing too much money with regards to an entity that itself is on the brink of not being able to balance its book. The last question for the Minister is what I've noticed is, and that is when executives are forced to resign or leave, there's a lot of money that is then paid to those executives. Surely they should be accountable for the non-performance of that entity that they were managing before. And if you look at the previous, the one was paid 30 million when she resigned. If you look at what the Transnet revealed, that it paid Derby 16.8 million in 2024, double what she earned the year before. So what we are basically saying, there's also Dlamini earned also a large amount of money. Surely if these executives are resigning and leaving, should we not be looking at the issues under their management, and why are we paying so much money out? Those are the 3 for the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Honorable Mende, you were next. Was it Honorable?
Yeah. Unless you want to jump me, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. And welcome, Minister. You are in the, I'm not sure whether I must say that it's a baptism of fire. Now I think I'll contextualize it by saying that I know that you are new in this department, but fortunately your CEO saying that I know that you are new in this department, but fortunately your CEO, I guess she's been there for more than 15 years at ESCOM. I mean at Transnet. Michelle, am I right? 25 years. Thank you. Transnet. This is not clear what they mean because the market is huge. Trucks on the road have crippled since 2019. Many trucks on the road meant the failure of Transnet. Ask them, if I may, is it true that we have too many trucks on the road? Maintenance backlog is almost 50.1 billion rand. How do you propose to close this gap? What is your annual maintenance spending over the past 3 years, and how will that change going forward? You talk about 60 million in effective debt that was spent incurred between 2011 and 2019. Labeled as a state capture debt that was spent. What is the breakdown of this debt? To whom is it owed? Why is it labeled ineffective? Can you really show us the statements from the auditors that confirm this assertion about state capture? Please refer us to this statement and give us a full particulars. The fleet of Mitsu and CRRC, why is it unavailable? Are these external factors? Influence the operational direction of Transnet. Debt has grown from 122 billion to 130 billion in 2023. This is only 8 billion, so why is now a huge burden? Is it true that what is not being said is that the decrease in volumes, therefore revenue decline, is the cause of all Transnet problems? I think I'll take another round because it will be too much, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, honorable member. So can I just emphasize again? So I want us to start with the minister. We have until 1 o'clock with the Transnet management team. We've got lots of time. They're not going anywhere. Let's start with the minister, please. And then we spend as much time as we have with the Transnet management
Chair,
team.
I would also just bring to your attention, I only have 20 minutes left.
No, yeah, that's fine. The members will go through the minister. The members will ask their questions, and then we'll give you an opportunity to answer. Can I, Honorable Mente was next, I think.
Chair, good morning, Chairperson and colleagues. Chair, I want to make a plea with you. I don't want us to engage in some malicious exercise. This activity is going to be very futile. If the minister's indicating already that she's got 20 minutes, it limits all of us from engaging meaningfully. Equally, we are not going to get meaningful answers. So is there another remedy that you can come up with? Because the minister is coming when next week again. Can we park the minister's questions until such time? Because we want to engage. Transnet is a very important state-owned entity, and we can't deal with it this way. Because as the executive authority, she has to answer on certain aspects and also provide guidance. Thank you.
Okay, I'm quite happy to kind of take the view of the members. I felt that the minister needs to be here, notwithstanding the fact that she must appear at the National Council of Provinces, and then come back and brief the committee in full on all the entities that fall under her department. So, as I said, the minister is coming back. So if the committee members are happy for us to release the minister, I'm quite happy to release the minister, given that the minister is coming back to spend an entire sitting with us.
I second the motion.
Okay. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Shall I deal with the questions that have been asked already?
I think, Minister, since the questions have been asked, deal with the questions that have been asked, and then when we begin, we start a new engagement with questions that have arisen on that day.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members for the questions. And I really am very happy to come back for a longer session. I think that today has just been a difficult day because there's a Transport Portfolio Committee meeting, which the Deputy Minister is attending. There's this meeting, and there's also the National Council of Provinces. So I was explaining to the Chair, it's hard for the Deputy Minister and I to divide ourselves into more than two. But at a mutually convenient date, one is happy to have further questions. Let me start with the issue of the CRRC. And I think that the entity has already explained to you the pragmatic solutions which they are engaged in so that we should have access to locos. I explained to you that I'm 2 weeks old in this job. Since then, I have been in touch with SARS. The difficulty we've experienced, myself and the commissioners, being in the same city at the same time, but we agree with you that this is an important matter for the shareholder to understand. I have had a briefing from my predecessor, both predecessors, and once we have further news, we will share it with the committee. On the question of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, I think you've already seen that there has been auditing of this in the current financial year. My understanding is we've got a year, this financial year is the last year of the exemption, and from there would be normal accounting on this matter. With regard to the recapitalization, we are agreed that there needs to be recapitalization. I think that what we are also agreed is that there is a difficult balance between ensuring that we increase revenue sufficiently, that we can cover debt matters that were raised by the honourable member, and ensuring that we should also be improving our performance. So I think it's this difficult balance that we are struggling with at the moment. What you would understand is that in terms of the National Logistics Crisis Committee and the Freight Logistics Strategy, we're developing a framework for private sector participation. I'm trying to have that framework concluded by the end of this year so that we should be able to set up the necessary capacity with speed. Obviously, from the side of Transnet, they would be dealing with their network statement, which I think would be outlining what would be the necessary offerings that they would be making. We're also putting in place the Transport Economic Regulator. So all of these policy positions are moving in tandem with trying to improve current performance so that we are able to sustain current debt, which has been approved by National Treasury. I think when we look to bringing in third-party operators, we want to maintain state ownership of the network. Clearly, if we need partners in infrastructure development, we might be looking at some form of a BOT, but we would also, if we are looking towards locos, we would also be looking towards bringing in other operators. So these are the policy processes that have already been approved by Cabinet and which essentially one would be wanting to ensure that we can implement. From the side of the board, I think that what we know is that last year with the exit, well, with first of all the extremely poor performance that there was on the network, and also with the exit of the previous group CEO, there was a crisis in the entity. My understanding is that there were a significant number of board meetings that took place in order to deal with the crisis. I have indicated to the board that it's not my expectation that they continue in this manner. It's my expectation that they would be having their normal board meetings, and if there were exceptional circumstances, there would be exceptional meetings. And I have communicated that to the board at the AGM. I think that I've dealt with the loan issue. I'm aware that as the executive authority, I inherit the sins of the fathers. I would not absolve myself of responsibility for those sins. I suppose the question one would have to look into in terms of the settlement regarding the former group CEO is what were the contractual agreements when exiting that situation, and were those followed? And I have no doubt that my colleague to my left will be able to give you assurance one way or another on that matter. I think we can all agree there's too many trucks on the road. And I think we all agree that those trucks are doing considerable damage to our road infrastructure, and they also pose a safety risk to communities and also to other road users and pedestrians. I think that the reason that I am concerned about the tonnage that is being transported on the rail line is because it's only when we improve the tonnage that is being transported by rail that we're going to start to see a lot of that freight moving back onto the rail network. And I'm sure honourable members would agree with me that rail needs to be the backbone of both our passenger and our freight transportation systems. And the department has this road to rail strategy. I think that it's a very important strategy to be implemented from a safety point of view, from an efficiency point of view, and of course from an environmental point of view. Chair, I'm sure you'll give guidance as to whether you want to spend time in your committee debating whether or not state capture occurred. I think we all saw the Zondo Commission, we all saw the evidence of the Zondo Commission. I'm not sure that you would want us to be debating it. But I guess that one of the issues that we have to look at when we're looking at the debt, but also at historical financial viability and lack of viability, is how were the finances being managed during that time? Because one of my understandings is that during the pre-2017 period, we saw a situation where adequate maintenance was not being done on the rail line and also on the port's infrastructure. I actually took the opportunity to visit all of the major ports. And it's quite shocking to me that we have major cranes, straddles, capstans, which we have acquired from OEMs, but there was no contract for parts. It was shocking to me that we had a situation that those pieces of equipment needed a midlife refurbishment in 2016, but that was not done. So when we look at current underperformance, one of the questions we must ask is not just what contracts may have been procured in an irregular manner. One must also be asking, were we dealing effectively with maintenance? Did we have proper midlife servicing of our equipment? All of these issues. Because sometimes what one finds in entities is we take the budget that was supposed to be used for these processes, and instead we put it to demonstrate that we have cash surpluses. So these are questions, no doubt, we could spend considerable amounts of time discussing. And I'm sure it would be something that would be of great interest to all of us. I guess other questions that have been asked really are operational. They would be in the domain of the entity and of the board. I would want to pause there. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Minister, thank you. So before I release you, Minister, I'd like to say this, that as the chair, I'm the one who welcomes people into the meeting and releases them to go. And we make best endeavors here, given the work of Parliament and the multiple committees, to cooperate with one another as chairs so that all of us get the political accounting officers that should appear before us. I think, Minister, it is not appropriate for you to say you have 20 minutes. I should be the allocator of time here, not anyone who's appearing before the committee. And I think you should withdraw that comment and apologize to the committee members.
I withdraw and I apologize, Chair.
All right, thank you, Minister. So, Minister, we are going to, there are several entities, and I'm mindful of the committee getting full and good quality answers to the entities that we oversee and the other portfolio committees oversee. The entities that fall under your portfolio have been troubled in many ways. Transnet is one of them. There is a road accident fund and so on. And what I thought was reasonable is that we give you adequate time to prepare yourself and your deputy minister to appear before the committee and deal with all of them at substance to do that. And therefore, that is why, and I've had the conversation with you about you coming back here. And so I look forward to welcoming you back to the committee. We are going to continue the discussion with the Transnet management, because what is clear to me is that Transnet will not meet its mandate if the operational performance does not improve, if the financial performance does not improve, if the legal matters are not resolved, and if there are other external issues like your tax issues, the issues with the South African Revenue Services, with the South African Reserve Bank do not get resolved. But we also need to, having taken account of what the Transnet management has shared with us and will share with us today, and the presentation came from your office, that Transnet gave or came with your approval, we will want to know what are you going to do about the information that we receive today. And so it is on that basis that you need to come back to the committee so that we can have this conversation at length. And so, Honorable Skosana, I don't know, is it a question?
So I just wanted to, thank you, Honorable Chair. Before the minister leaves, before she leaves here, when she said that we know about the State Capture Commission, I can rest assure you there's no holy cow here. SCOPA is not the state, is not Zondo Commission. We are going to ask those questions because even the Secretary General, that's what he said, that when you want to urinate, you must go to Zondo Commission. So with that statement alone, because that was a commission of inquiry, here we want facts, you know, not gossiping. And I can tell you, I'm not going to shy away from asking a question because the State Capture Commission has dealt with those matters. We have to deal with matters here. That's another body. There's a separation of power. And I guess we have to respect that. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana, the same thing I told the minister applies to you. I'm the one who
I
determined.
withdraw.
I'm the one who determined. So please.
Thank you.
I have not disallowed the question, if you noticed.
Okay.
I didn't. And so can we not?
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Okay. Honorable Mente.
No, thank you, Chair. No, just one clarity before we release the minister, because we are going to ask the Group CE. What does she know about the vetting of the staff?
The vetting of the executives.
Of the executives.
The executives before.
Before
Minister,
she can.
deal with that and then we will release you. Thanks, Honorable
Both the
Mente.
board and the
Yeah.
executive, what is the status of that, as
Thank
far
you.
as she knows?
I will have to ask that question, Honourable Mente. It's not a question that I've asked since my appointment, but I will ask it. Thank you.
I am worried that we're going to have interventions. Is this something?
Chair, yes, mine is a point of order. It's not a question to the minister. I think there was a ruling already that the minister's going, she's coming back. But I think we just need, I want to say my point of order in relation to the previous member but one's comment is that we all know that one of the tasks of SCOPA as Parliament is to follow through on all the Zondo Commission reports. I don't think it's helpful if members in this committee cast aspersions on the Zondo. It was a commission, yes, but we are charged as Parliament and this committee to go through all the recommendations and to process them. I just want to raise that point. Thank you.
Honorable Dagmar, that's noted. Thank you. Minister, you are released.
Thank you, Chair.
So shall we do this? So I want to give opportunity to the members of committee that had their hands up. Honorable Skosana, we've got time. So you'll get another bite at it. So I want all the members who had put up their hands that we complete that round, and then the Transnet team in the form of the board member and the executive can deal with those questions. So because we've got time, can I then ask that we ask such questions that we get a full answer? Because what happens when there are 6 questions, what I've noted happening, we get an answer, a substantive answer to 3 questions, and the others are not addressed. So I am not limiting what you can ask. I want us to get full answers on the questions that get asked. So when we ask 6, I have to keep note and then see if all 6 have been answered with each member. So I think no, it was not you, Honorable Esak. I think it was Honorable Molife, and then it was Honorable Atkinson, and then it was Honorable Skosana, and then you were getting exasperated that I wasn't seeing you, and then I pointed at you. So that is the order. We've got time. So can Can we go in that order? I will not make interventions, but as I said, please let's try so that we can get a few rounds each. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Group Chief Executive and Transnet staff and the board. Group Chief, you referred to network vandalism and theft. What is the nature of this network vandalism and theft, and what are the strategies that Transnet is putting in place to deal with network vandalism and theft? In short, is the security department being strengthened? What is the use of modern technology like drones in combating network vandalism and theft? And you have referred to intervention in the pipeline vandalism. What precisely is this intervention that you are talking about? The story of Transnet is that between 2017 and 2024, the amount of goods transported by Transnet has declined from 226 million tons to 150 million tons. Incidentally, 226 million tons were achieved in 2017 in what a lot of people call the state capture years. And the 226 million tons had never been achieved before in Transnet and has never been achieved since. I heard you refer to debt relating to state capture and so on. But the fact of the matter is that the performance of Transnet was at its best. Incidentally, during those years, the state capture years, as you call them when you refer to the debt, Transnet was profitable. It reported profits between 2010 and 2018. What happened after 2017-18 that Transnet is now making such extraordinary losses? I mean, a loss of 10 billion rand is not something to be scoffed at from a very profitable situation during the so-called state capture years. You have a target of achieving 250 million tons, which is better, which will be better than the record that has already been achieved of 226 million tons, and we welcome that. But the question is, by when? Because I did not hear that. By when will the 250 million tons be achieved? Is it in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? When will the 250 million tons be achieved? I heard you speaking a lot about improvements and how improvements will be made, but when you referred to the improvements, I did not get a sense of tangible things that are going to be done. For example, in the ports, we used to have an efficiency measure called crane moves per hour. What has happened to crane moves per hour in the different ports, DCT especially, but in all the ports, Cape Town, Moha, crane moves per hour between 2011 to 2018, and then from 2018 to 2024. Crane moves per hour is something that you cannot, you either move 26 crane moves, 26 containers per hour, or you don't. And Transnet had a very elaborate way of measuring these crane moves per hour. In fact, to the extent that during the state capture years, the tandem lifts were tandem crane at cranes with tandem capability were employed. Are those cranes still operational? And is the tandem capability still being used? Is it being used? We welcome the pitches of the 4 cranes for Pier 2 in DCT. It will relieve the pressure. But we also had a very good tandem lift, ZPMC tandem cranes in DCT.
Honorable Olife, can I ask that we kind of keep some to a next round?
Yes, I'm
Please.
I'm just.
Is that the
going-
last one? For now?
Penultimate.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I see that operating expenditure is up by 5 billion rand. I'm just curious to find out what in the operating expenditure increased. What was the single biggest increase item in the operating expenditure? And finally, referring to OPEX, because I said this is my penultimate question. It refers to what the minister was talking about, which is maintenance. What was the maintenance spend in Transnet for rail, for ports, for pipelines, for everything that we were doing there? What was the maintenance spend between 2011 and 2018? And what was the maintenance spend between 2018 and 2024? And what was the reason for the decrease in maintenance spend? Because I have a feeling that it decreased substantially, and that is why you are having so many breakdowns. Thank you.
Honorable Olife, so I like the way you've asked your last question. Because when you say during the state capture years, I don't want to second guess which years those are. I'm going to give you an opportunity where you use that term. I'm not saying withdraw it, where you use that term to say which time period you're referring to, because there might be reason for the Transnet management to pull up the same slides they showed us, and we need to see. So the way you referred to your last question, gave time periods, please do it for when you spoke about the state capture years.
So, Chair, I don't know what state capture years is. I just had it.
But you referred to it.
No, because the group chief executive referred to it first when she said that there was loans during the state capture year. So I don't know exactly when that was and how it happened. But well, for using it, let me apologize and withdraw it, the state capture years. Let me just rather talk about 2011 to 2018 and 2018 to 2024, because I think that is where the disjuncture, that is where the destruction of value happened in Transnet between 2018 and 2024.
Thank you, Honorable Olive, and I wasn't asking you to withdraw. I just wanted to be clear for my own note-taking. So, but you've clarified, so thank you.
No, I voluntarily withdrew it.
Thank you. So, in order for us to do this efficiently, can I propose this? So, I've counted the questions. I think we are on about 14 now. If we go through everybody, I can tell you there will be about 16 questions that do not get answered. So, can I do this? I ask the Transnet team to respond to the questions asked. Next, what I will do is I will give a member an opportunity to ask questions and ask the team to answer, and then we do it that way. Then, even for the public who may be watching, the interaction is more valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Molefe. I'm going to try to respond. They're quite technical questions. We'll try to keep them as simple as possible. And then I'll have my finance team respond to some of the financial questions. So we do have a breakdown of the 51 billion that we talk about that is required to restore.
Ms. Phillips, carry on. Carry on.
May I continue?
You don't, unless a member speaks, you know, if they scratch their head or are exasperated, yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting used to being in the environment. So we will get the team to respond to the specific financial numbers. The 51 billion that we require for network restoration, we have a complete breakdown of those numbers. You'll guide me, Chair. I've got them per corridor. I've got them specific to what is required. It's quite an extensive list.
I think I don't think the members were asking you to give an item of line by line. Give the committee a sense of what is composed therein, sort of the major sort of expense lines within that, so that we get a sense and where that is being spent without going, certainly don't want to know in the context of Transnet
Yes.
about 5 million rand somewhere.
Yes. So we've got a 51 billion. That 51 billion is expected to be spent over the next 5 years. So from the 24-25 year to what we call the 28-29 year. And in that, we have broken it down specifically per corridor. So you'll have, and we have the detail per corridor as well, but on the North Corridor as an example, for the 24-25 year, there's a 2.4 billion. And that's how we've broken it down. So the request was, when do we catch up with this 51 billion? The 51 billion is expected to be spent over the next 5-year period. And then in addition to the 51 billion, we have, I think it's a 19 billion for sustaining. Because we can't only be catching up with backlog maintenance, we also have to continue to sustain the network moving forward. Then there was a question, and I'm hoping that the team has pulled up the numbers. Mr. Molefe, I can't remember too far in terms of what you referred to the gross crane moves per hour. When you talked about moves per hour in the container terminals.
Yes,
Yes.
it's a very important, the most
Yes.
important thing in a container terminal is
Yes.
the moves per hour, not
Yes.
anything else.
Yes, so the gross crane moves per hour is the number of moves that a crane does within the hour. That's essentially what it means. Now, and then I'm hoping that the numbers are going to come up. We can talk to the numbers. The terminals across the board are not meeting those targets. They're not meeting the performance targets in respect of gross crane moves per hour, neither are they meeting. There's another metric, it's called ship working moves per hour. It is a combination of the number of cranes that you are actually deploying on a vessel at a particular time and the moves that is done by those cranes in that particular hour. So for argument's sake, a single crane can do, Mr. Molefe mentioned, Honorable Member Molefe mentioned 26 moves per hour. If you're putting 2 cranes or 3 cranes on a vessel, it essentially means multiply by 3, removing some factor for the theory of constraints, essentially, diminishing returns. So that's how the numbers work out. We can provide the numbers, I'm hoping it comes through, for the period specifically 2011 to 2018, and then 2018 to 2024. Unfortunately, Chair, I did not expect us to be providing those numbers to the committee today, but it is available. Then Honorable Molefe makes the point, I'm just dealing with the questions that I think I can respond to, makes the point about the tandem cranes that were purchased for DCT Pier 2. Tandem cranes are cranes that should be able to, under normal circumstances, move 4 containers at a single time.
So there's in government and SOCs, there's a lot of abbreviations and jargon. So
Yes.
can you, DCT Pier 2, can you
All
just
right, yes.
say that in full?
Okay.
For the members, and then you can thereafter.
My apologies. It is Durban Container Terminal. In Durban, we have 2 container terminals. The one is called Pier 1 Container Terminal. We established that terminal towards the end of 2006, 2007. The main container terminal is what we call Durban Container Terminal Pier 2. So it handles most of the container volumes that come through the country. I forget the year, but I think Honorable Molefe will remember, we had purchased 7 tandem lift cranes from ZPMC. At the time, there was a case made that if we buy these tandem lift cranes, that it would substantially increase the performance of the Durban Container Terminal. The challenge, Chair, is that when those tandem cranes, it's not purely about buying cranes. You also have to buy the backup equipment that supports these cranes. So when they bought the tandem lift cranes, when you drop, essentially it means you're going to drop 4 containers, and then you need backup equipment that's going to pick up 4 containers, right? Or you need to have the right. So what we did at the time, Transnet bought twin lift straddle carriers that were supposed to support that. The challenge is when you have a misalignment between your backup equipment and your craneage, you're not going to get necessarily the performance that you require. Now, at the time, and in fact, I can speak to it because I did the study. In fact, I was requested to do the study post the purchase as a post-implementation review. Worldwide, at the time, the utilization of tandem lift cranes was probably around 22% worldwide. I'm not sure if that's changed much today. For the most part, container terminals around the world would utilize twin lift cranes. They would try to increase the utilization of twin lift cranes. Twin lift cranes are cranes that pick up 2 containers at one time. And for the most part, that seems to be the standard. Twin lift cranes will pick up 2 containers at the time. It is then easier to also support twin lift cranes with backup equipment, whether it be rubber-tired gantry cranes, RMG cranes, or container cranes. So, Mr. Molefe, the tandem lift cranes have not delivered the performance that is expected of it. It is not being utilized to the extent that it should be utilized if you have the necessary equipment to support it, but also if you, because it depends on what is on board the vessel, you have to be able to pick up 4 containers at one time. If they're not all intended for your terminal, you will not be able to pick up 4 containers at a time. I'm just giving you a roundup of tandem lift cranes. Can we, the single biggest increase item in the OPEX, I believe, is the provisions? Is the provisions for the litigation for NATREF, which is the 4.8 billion that we've had to provide for. That's the single biggest. We did also have an increase in personnel cost because the way the shifts were running, and it's been running like this for many years, we've actually been non-compliant with some employee legislation, which we've had to correct, and we've had to increase our personnel within the container terminals where we started to do that by employing a 4th shift. So you've seen an increase in the numbers in the container terminals. The maintenance spend in transit over the period, I'm going to leave that to the finance people to answer.
Correct me as CFO, but provisions are not part of OPEX, are they?
They are, sir. They are part and parcel of operating
Because I
costs.
saw that when you talked about the EBITDA and the profit, the jump from EBITDA to a low profit was a provision. So in EBITDA, it means that that provision was not in EBITDA.
Can I propose this? So, Ms. Phillips, deal with the questions that you, as Chief Executive, will deal with. That's why you've got some of your colleagues here. Can I then ask that your finance colleagues deal with the financial questions, and if there is any matters outstanding, Honorable Molefe, trust me, I will give you an opportunity to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to hand over to the finance people. Chair, also, I think maybe to clear up, I really do not want to go into debate about the state capture years. We did refer to it as the period known as state capture in inverted commas, Chair. I'll leave it at that, and I'll hand over to the finance team.
So my direction is the same as I did to Honorable Molefe, which is, if we're going to use that term, for the sake of clarity, explain what time period you are referring to so that we don't speculate about which year is included, which year is excluded, and so on. Thank you. Can we then get an answer on the financial questions, having regard for Honorable Molefe's follow-ups?
Thank you, Chair. Tando will answer the maintenance, but on the EBITDA, I can confirm that the provisions are part and parcel of EBITDA because it should have been an expense that should have been paid under normal circumstances. Hence, then you provide for it. Below the line after EBITDA is going to be your depreciation and your interest cost that will take, and also the fair value gains that will take you to the net profit. So in addition to what Michelle has said as well, we also mentioned that there was a 603 million increase on the security cost. So it was employee cost, the NATREF provision, and the security cost also increased about 603 million. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Honorable Skosana, can I ask that all the honorable members, can I ask that we complete that? I am going to give you opportunity for follow-ups, please. When somebody is giving an answer and there is a hand that goes up in the middle of the answer, it is not helpful to me to follow I also have follow-ups. That's why I'm typing, but I don't interrupt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to come in. In fact, for me, I wanted to avoid the issue of an honorable member, Mulife is the only one who's been answered. My question are not answered yet.
Honorable Skosana, believe me, I
asked first.
Honorable Skosana, believe me, I have regard for that.
Thank you.
Please. Okay, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Yeah, and good day to everyone. Yeah, Chair, I've got a challenge with the approach that we are using. I know 13 hours may seem far, but it's closer. A situation where you would allow one member to ask questions and then allow the team to respond, and then the member makes follow-ups, more like in an interview. You might find that one member may spend 30 minutes asking questions, getting replies, making follow-ups, getting replies. I don't think we will finish. I know it may be effective for making sure that questions that are asked by a certain member are fully answered. But in terms of time management, it's not efficient. So my view is that we should take all the questions and then allow the team to respond. And then where we are not satisfied, we will then raise follow-up. Because as they are answering, we're also ticking whether they are answering our question. Then if our questions are not answered, then we will, those whose questions are not answered, then they will raise follow-ups. But taking a one-on-one session with each member, I don't think we will finish, Chair. And take note that today's sitting is at 2 o'clock because it's Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. So I'll provide further guidance in this way. So we'll continue with asking a member, giving a member an opportunity to ask questions and then getting an answer. But I've really got a request that we succinct with our questions, firstly, and secondly, we don't ask a whole raft of questions which are then going to take. So I will intervene, and not because I don't want you to answer the questions answered, but we need to make sure that all the committee members get an opportunity to have a say-so during the period of the hearing. So I will interrupt in that instance. I will also say, because asking a follow-up in the middle of a question is unhelpful, so please, honorable members, let us not do that. I am taking note where there are questions that have not been answered. I will tell the team, and I was actually going to ask that we have regard for Honorable Skosana's set of questions by the time we move on to the next member. Thank you.
Apologies, Chair. There was a question from Honorable Molefe that I did not respond to. It is the question of network vandalism and theft. The question was around the strategies that we are putting in place and how we're dealing with it. And there was a very specific question about the interventions within the pipeline. So maybe I want to start there because it is what I believe is a success story. So what we found in the pipelines was that we were spending money on the consequences of breaches to the pipeline network and not on preventing breaches to the pipeline network. We then had to put in place an integrated security solution that is made up of a number of factors or services. That solution required, firstly, what we call physical hardening, making sure that we have boots on the ground. You talked about Transnet security and how we've strengthened that, making sure that we have boots on the ground. We also use private security, making sure that we have so people in vehicles driving around the network. We also have people in helicopters. I think that Transnet probably has, and I stand to be corrected, probably the most drones deployed of all critical infrastructure providers in the country, I have to say, but of course I stand corrected. So we use quite a bit of technology. There's still some other technology that we are working on to deploy. So in the pipeline, we've had to have a holistic solution, as I've said, one that deals with the physical side of it, one that deals on the intelligence, because what has become very clear is that this is organized crime, and you know, the people that we've been arresting up until then were really the people that were running around being paid a few thousand rand there and a few thousand rand there. So we've had to put intelligence as well in place, and we've been working with the intelligence authorities to assist us in terms of doing that. If we are not able to prevent the incident and we end up arresting people, we then put together a solution that also allows us to engage very directly with the prosecuting, firstly the police, in terms of the quality of the investigations, but then post that, and also that people are correctly charged, that they're not charged with theft, but that they are actually charged with critical damage to critical infrastructure. Then we've had to add to that solution, which deals with the prosecutors, where we engage directly with the prosecutors, and we pay for services where we have a watching brief to ensure that people are correctly convicted and that the sentences that we require are the correct sentences. So we've been working very closely with, whether it be crime intelligence, whether it be the security forces, the prosecuting authorities, and all of that. And we've tried to, because that has worked in the pipeline environment, we've also in our rail environment tried to take some of those lessons over. Now in the rail environment, we've adopted a strategy that what we call outcomes-based security. In the past, we would be paying for security or for protection, and the incidents would not be decreasing, but we continue to pay. We've now, in our negotiations with the service providers, it is very clear, is that we pay you for the outcome that you provide for us. So we expect you to deploy all of the technologies, drones, helicopters, etc., whatever they may be. You deploy them. Where we see that there's an increase, we will penalize you. Where we see that there's a decrease, we reward. And that's how we deal with the strategy at the moment, because you cannot be continuing to pay increased security costs, and yet you continue to be burgled, for lack of a better word, or broken into. So the important for us is to ensure that all of our KPIs are directed towards ensuring that there is minimal or reduced disruption of our network. Thanks, Chair.
You've noted Honorable Skosana's questions at the beginning.
Yes, my Chair, I thought that the Minister had dealt with
No, she dealt with them at a high level. Honorable Skosana went into some specifics. And the reason I let the Minister go is because I also understood the level of detail to require your attention.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies, Honourable Skosana. I think the first one was about the many trucks on the road. We clear, I think we're aligned, we agreed on that. The number of trucks on the road is not acceptable. A lot of the interventions that we are putting in place by increasing the locomotives and the rolling stock is so that we can ensure that we have more trains running and less trucks on the road. In terms of the maintenance backlog of the 51 billion, I think I responded to that by indicating what it is that we intend to spend over the next 5 years. Per corridor, you know, it ranges between, it's 10.5 billion in total across all the corridors, which is 10.5 billion in this year, 10.4 in next year, 10.2 the year after, 10 billion in 27-28, and then 10 billion again in 28-29. So that's the 51 billion, and then as I've indicated, together with that, we have a 19 billion of sustaining capex that we will also spend in addition. There was a question about what is the breakdown of the 60 billion. We've attempted to show the timeline of there is a slide, what is it, slide? The timeline of the borrowing during the period 2011 to 2011 to 2018. So the numbers are as follows. We started off in 2011 with a 60 billion rand borrowing.
Sorry, Ms. Phillips, I think there was a slide.
Yes,
So
there's a
can I
slide.
just ask that your team keeps the computer plugged in so that we can project for the members on that screen when we,
Thank you.
yeah, but carry on.
Slide number 18, I think it is. If you go to slide number 18, I think it gives a breakdown. But of course, I think we can put it in a better format. What this serves to show is the borrowings all the way from 2011 through to 2018. Chair, you see there.
Okay, it was a straight question, so let's just make sure it's answered. So please complete
So
the
that's the
question.
breakdown. And then there was a question about Mitsui and CRRC. The question was what led to the termination of the contract and whether the AG, I think I'll leave the question for the AG, which was a question about whether they've confirmed these numbers. But in respect of what led to the termination of the contract, maybe one of my legal colleagues can respond to that, if that's in order.
Okay, honorable members, please. Can you? What were the reasons that led to the termination? I think, Ms. Phillips, we don't have to get into the technicalities of it, and I think as CE, you should know why the contracts were terminated.
Yes. So, Chair, in short, there were a number of contracts that were terminated during the period that we're talking about, 2011 to 2018, which were found to be irregular. When this particular, so there were a number of contracts with a number of OEMs, and when this particular contract, because it was found to be irregular at the time, based on the investigations, the contract had to be terminated. The organization terminated the contract. In reaction to that, my understanding is that the CRRC then terminated the agreement that, that required them to supply parts to the organization. So in short, the agreement was terminated because it was found to be irregular. With other OEMs and with other parties that also had irregular contracts, where those were terminated together with the SIU and the investigations that came out of that. Some of those, there was an admission of wrongdoing, and there was also monies paid back to Transnet. I make the example of the McKinseys, Lieber, Kalmar, there was money that was paid back due to settlement agreements. In this particular instance, there was a settlement agreement. However, because of the issues, as I've indicated with SARS and South African Reserve Bank, that settlement agreement is not capable of execution, so to speak. And maybe the SIU colleagues can also help me with that response, but that's in short what happened. It was terminated because the contract was found to be irregular.
Thank you. Can I then ask, I think Honorable Mende, you were next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Trust me, I'm not gonna be very long. So, Chair, the first thing I want to understand is from the Group C is, in her understanding and on her own observation, is she making any impact which is taking a Transnet to a better trajectory than where she took off? Reason for this is we're given a picture of an improvement in the past 6 months. And in this past 6 months, it includes if we calculate now correctly from March to now is 5 months, meaning which the first month was February of the 6th. And that is then attributed to the previous leadership, meaning which when the previous leadership left, the improvement had started. And what is it that is different now, which is being done, that which the previous leadership did not do? Because I'm avoiding, Chair, a situation where we sit here comfortable and be satisfied, or rather lie to ourselves that there's an improvement which is not of this current team. And number two, it's very interesting when there's this argument of a state capture years. Yet those are the years that Transnet never came to this committee to report a loss. And the after state capture years, we're now reporting losses, even after the so-called state capture has been done and dealt with. There is no improvement. With everything that has taken place in terms of Transnet, one of the contributing factors was that exemption from accounting, which I still do not want to understand when we are given the financials and it says we report in the integrated report. That's not accountability. Who did what, where, when, and what happened to those people? That's what we want. Nothing else. We can phrase it whatever one, state capture years, what, no problem. Who did what, where, when? Who is that? And if we can't get that, Chair, I don't know why we will continue to sit here and then not explore other avenues into investigating as Parliament and understanding where Transnet is. That of the integrated report, I listened very carefully. No, we don't report on fruitless and wasteful energy. It goes to integrated report, and I'm like, no. It has to have names. It has to have an action. It has to have a cost. It can't be fruitless and wasteful expenditure, finding, yet it doesn't have a cost. Then it doesn't have a name. Then it doesn't have a consequence. Then that's not accountability. And there's no way we're going. We're going to have another leadership, and then it's now going to be blamed on the year of exemption. We're blaming everything now on the year of state capture. Then everything in next year, Chair, is going to be the years of exemption, if we leave it now. The third question I have is that which I posed to the Minister of Vetting. We sat with ESCOM that was deteriorating and things were not getting better, only to find at the end of the day, Chair, that the CEO was never vetted himself. He refused. Now we are told of 12 executive or rather higher position officials that have been suspended. Yet we don't know if amongst ourselves sitting here, we're sitting with some of those people, because there is no level of accountability in terms of understanding if people are law-abiding citizens. So can we get to understand the status of vetting of, firstly, the head, everyone who's here, this list, Chair, that was given, there's a separate list we're given. Just account on that one, then the chairperson will send you the list of the rest. That must be reported, so that we have confidence in your leadership. I'm gonna go back again to the CRRC. I don't hear the answer that's what being given. And what is the situation now? How are we going forward? Because it was blamed on maintenance that we have less fleet. Now we have more fleet that has come back. What is the plan going forward? We posed a question previously. Why are we going out of the country for maintenance in the main? What are the aspects of this maintenance that the scope takes it out and nothing is domestic? We have Denel, that's your sister company. Why is Denel not in the picture? Have you reached out to Denel? What is it that they can't do? We have Metro Rail that can move. Why can't Transnet come in? Again, theft and vandalism comes back. Have we diagnosed the reasons for theft and vandalism? Because there is only one problem with theft and vandalism, is lack of security. You can't put assets without someone looking after them. And that's what actually Chair collapsed Metro Rail. Because we removed securities and everything was gone. Then the price of rebuilding is far more than the price of actually creating jobs and having people looking after the assets. Because the vandalism is as a result of not having someone looking after them. With the highest unemployment of South Africa, we still do not create jobs in that we have people that are looking after the infrastructure. And then we are not going to pay more than we pay to rebuild the infrastructure than to pay for people looking after it. It's part and parcel, or rather the scope of having a healthy Transnet. And then the last one is on the take-or-pay. What are the statuses of your take-or-pay? Because that's another area where we have issues on this take-or-pay. And it's a gray area that we don't understand whether it helps Transnet to grow or it's where a lot of money is leaking. What is happening at the take-or-pay contract? What informs it? What makes it a problem for Transnet, or rather a gain for Transnet? I'll end there. No, the last one is the on investments.
Last one.
Is on investments. You reported that you are looking for investment. Can you explain to us the investments that are there which you stopped? You had an African business investment that was ongoing which you stopped. Now you are looking for other people to invest into Transnet. Where are we? What is happening? Who are, because in the South African terrain, who's going to invest in Transnet except for Metro Rail currently that you must assist? But the Africa is looking for your is looking for your business, and outside, in fact, even of Africa. They are looking for your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Ms. Phillips?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. I will try my utmost to answer the questions in the order it was asked. The first question related to whether or not, as the new Group Chief Executive, I was making an impact. So my appointment was formally confirmed on the 1st of March of 2024. However, I've been acting in the position since October of 2023. October of 2023 marks the start of the Transnet Recovery Plan, which was developed together with myself as the acting chief executive at the time, and together with the various, whether they were acting chief executives of the various ODs. I think the numbers towards the second half or the first phase of that recovery plan is what we indicated on. Maybe we can move to slide. My apologies, I'm looking for the slide. Slide number 13. We indicated what the modeling showed from the experts, where we would have ended up and where we in fact ended up at the end of March of 2024. So when we look at the modeling, slide 1.3. When we look at the modeling, it shows you 142.8, and we ended up on 151.7. Now, as I've indicated, it was a stabilization of the business, and we foresee going forward that we will continue to improve. We've set very, very stretched targets for our people. What is it that is different from what the previous leadership? Again, Chair, I really want to focus on the kind of work that we are doing going forward. However, if we go to slide, number, the triangle slide, slide number 8, which gives you the tactical things. We talk about the reform later. Now, on this slide, Chair, I can say to you that focus on operational execution is something that we've had to revive in the business. We, for whatever reason, did away with the GCOO position. We effectively did away with all structures that sought to deal with operational execution. I again, taking the words of the minister, is that, you know, the sins of the people before me, I have to deal with, and I take ownership of that. That is why you saw us now revive that by employing a GCOO. We have not had a group operating officer since, I think, 2020. All of those matters there that you see, equipment and infrastructure, are the building blocks of what we sought would allow us to improve on the operational execution. So, you know, these are the things that we are very clear on in terms of our diagnosis. Because if you get the interventions wrong, you're going to be effectively implementing the wrong things, and you will not see improvement. And I believe certainly that because of the work that we have done in the first phase of the recovery plan, that is the reason why we were able to see the stabilization and then also a bit of a turnaround. Granted, it is not where we want to be. My personal choice would have been for it to have happened a bit faster. But I think with the situation where we find ourselves in, the promise that we had made to our customers at the time was that we would not further prejudice you by giving you, at the end of the 6 months, volumes that were below what was achieved in the previous year. And I think, Chair, I would want to leave that, Chair, I can't explain why Transnet was not in front of Parliament before. I understand they were making profits and now we are making losses. I think we've said very clearly why we are in the situation that we are in financially, and as well as by setting the operating context why we find ourselves where we are. But I think what is important is that we realize that it is not the place where we need to be if we want to make a valuable contribution to the economy of the country, and that it is more important for us right now to focus on how we get all stakeholders together to get us to be moving forward.
Sorry, Ms. Phillips, can I not let you off the hook on that question? What I understood Honorable Mende to be saying, and I'll refer to also something that the Minister said earlier, because it might be important. I think what Honorable Mende is asking is why is it that during the years prior to 2018, Transnet was turning a profit, and post 2018, Transnet is struggling. I think as Chief Executive, and especially that you've got access to historical information, you should be able to tell us why that was the case. And it shouldn't be difficult, so we should be able to answer that question, Ms. Philippi. I know you're not the Chief Executive, but the information is there, and you are the Chief Executive now.
It also shows the, there's a slide, is it this one that shows the redemptions? The interest portion. If you look at the interest portion and how that has increased steadily over the period, because of all of these loans, you'll see that was incurred in previous years. So those were the loans that were incurred in previous years. It has resulted in major finance cost for the business. We have had to, you can see the trajectory in terms of the capital investment as well. But if you look at the cash interest cover, you see how that steadily reduces. Now, this is why you can see Transnet is in the debt that we find ourselves under, and the rate at which we've had to redeem the debt is part of the reason why Transnet is in the situation that it is currently. Outside of the performance that is clearly not at the standard at which it should be, but you can't have a situation where one, you have a performance issue, you're failing to maintain your network, you're not getting equipment in at the right rates, but you have a debt burden that you have to consistently be redeeming. So in a nutshell, I think this is the picture that tells the story.
So, Ms. Phillips, let me share my understanding of what's going on. And then you tell me, and the Auditor General's office is here, and they've got a microphone, and maybe we can get there faster, because I don't want us to move away from this point. And for me, it's got nothing to do with state capture and who was right and who was wrong. The numbers are the numbers. My understanding of the story is from 2011, thereabouts, we make a policy and strategic decision to invest in locomotives and other equipment. That, I believe, is a correct decision. That process later becomes contentious. The net result thereof is the following. It has not, that investment has not yielded anything. So I'm trying to now shorten the story for clarity's sake. We invest the money. We have borrowed the funds from financial institutions in various forms. the investments that we're supposed to get into the network are not bearing fruit because they are disputed one way or the other. We are having to continue to pay financial institutions for assets we don't have. There is something between, between Transnet and the CRCC, then there are issues involving SARS and there are issues involving the SA Reserve Bank, but the net result, and that's why I asked the minister this question, because it appears to me that multiple interventions are needed. Whatever the reasons were for us not getting those assets, we need them and they should be here. Because that has an impact on the volumes that we are able to transport. And so I want us to be able to disaggregate these issues. So that's the first thing, and that's a picture that you've given to us. There are other factors according to your presentation as well. Those factors include maintenance. The minister alluded to some things I need you to address, which is, for the sake of having cash on the bottom line, there are certain maintenance and other commitments that were then not fulfilled at certain periods. We can't leave that statement hanging. We need to know whether that is so, and if that is so, to what extent that became a problem. So that is the second thing that makes sense out of this presentation. The third thing that makes sense out of this presentation is that there is a security problem. What I need to understand is, A, what is the specific impact of that security problem? What is the tonnage involved? And what is therefore the relationship between that and the revenue? 1. 2, what are the investments in security? 3, is this a battle that Transnet is winning, or is a battle that Transnet is not winning? In other words, to the extent you know, are the incidences of this security, the theft and the vandalism and so on, decreasing, or are they still increasing? It's nice that we know that you've got X number of drones. What I'm interested in is, are those drones yielding the results that we know? Because then we should know as the committee whether into perpetuity we'll pay ever increasing amounts of money for security interventions that ultimately yield nothing. And in the event that they do not yield anything, I want to know who is responsible. And I fully understand there's what Transnet can do, there's what law enforcement can do. Who's failing in that regard? Thank you. So if we can just get to those issues, and if there's something that I got wrong in my characterization, there is, but I don't want us to only look at the debt, because it is one part. There's security, there's operational efficiency, inefficiencies, and so on.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to find another presentation, Chair.
While you do that, Honorable Mente.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Now, Giselle, I understand you have given us presentations. I think at this stage, you ought to explain yourself thoroughly of what is the situation, and also make proper reconciliations, because loans and the drop in performance and lack of maintenance and security problems don't reconcile. Loans don't explain the drop in performance, because 226 versus 151 can't be explained by the debt servicing. That's what I'm trying to explain. So I think it's best for you to just explain the situation without referring to this slide, that slide. That you can do that, but just give it to us. What's happening? Thank you.
Give a narration, Ms. Phillips, if you can.
Thank you, Chair. I will try. I think you've explained the way you've explained it correctly. What I was going to try to do is to actually give the numbers. Unfortunately, I think because we were trying to compress the presentation as much as possible, it didn't make it into the presentation intended for the members. So you are correct, Chair. We purchased 1064 locomotives. We spent money on those locomotives. All of those assets did not come into the system, and we are not getting the benefit of all of those assets, whilst at the same time, we are having to pay for loans, whether it be redeeming loans or cost attached to those loans, despite not having the return that is attached to the specific loan. So you are 100% correct in that, and that is why you find that the numbers, the debt number keeps increasing. And unfortunately, we have to continue to increase the debt. I mean, even if you look at the support that we have now received from government, which is the 47 billion rand, that has given us the mandate, in fact, the authority to go and borrow more, which means we've got more cost. But that's the one. Number two, the issue of maintenance. So on a yearly basis, whether it be in respect of CapEx or maintenance, we have requirements from the various operating divisions, and they will say to you, for example, we need 10 billion. We then look at the affordability of the CapEx or the affordability of the maintenance, and we then have to send them back and say, this is what is affordable for the business, which is why you have this backlog, which has not only come now, but it's come over a number of years, probably since 2017, 2018. The third one, and if I go to the numbers, you'll see that revenue losses due to security incidents in 23-24 equated to approximately 2.1 billion rand. That is pure interruption in the network. Trains cannot move, or product cannot move, and because of that interruption, no volume moves. We have to now repair the damage that was caused by the criminal elements who have now caused this interruption. It could be stealing of cable, it could be stealing of the signaling systems. Because of the stealing of the signaling systems, we now have to have what we call manual authorizations. So rather than train drivers having signals that tells them they can enter into a specific area, we have manual authorizations, which takes a long time, which means it slows down the entire chain of working. The other aspect, I think, of the security one is we see the cable theft. Cable theft incidents in 2016-2017 stood at 1,709 incidents. In 2017-2018, it was 1,598. In 23-24, that number increased to 4,411 incidents of cable theft. Now, part of the improvement, so if you look at the total kilometers that have been stolen, since 2016-2017, it went from 113 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers of cable that is being stolen off the network. In all of those incidents, we lose revenue. We have had to increase our security costs to be able to do that, and we have had to, at the same time, spend money on remediation to ensure that the network then gets to the correct standard. So those are the things that have contributed to the revenue not being necessarily at the right levels, but also the operating expenditure increasing. I'm hoping that I've...
Those are my follow-ups. So, Honorable Mandate, I think two more questions. I remember one of them was the take-or-pay issue, but there was another one just before.
There was a question about the vetting of staff. You recall, Honourable Member, in the last year, when we were here, this was also a topic. Of course, we had different leadership at the time. We have the list that you have there. All of us have, in fact, been going through vetting processes. Some people have been cleared. We've got all the stats, and we can provide that for you. So the process is ongoing, but certainly it's commenced very early on with my team. I've had several interviews now with the State Security Agency, and they've been working flat out to try and clear everybody. We are not 100% cleared. I've just received the numbers, But, I mean, we're quite willing to make the numbers available to the committee if that's in order. And it goes through all the way from the board, all the way down to the various levels of the organization, my office, and everybody reporting to me, and lower down. So that exercise is definitely ongoing, Chair. There was another question around, apologies, Chair. Together with that exercise, Honourable Member, is the lifestyle audit exercise. We also have a report of the current status of lifestyle audits of employees in Transnet, and we can also make that available. Thanks, Chair. There was a question on the take-or-pay. The take-or-pay matter, in fact, the Auditor General is here because they can also comment. It's one that we had to pay particular attention to in this last audit. So on the take-or-pay, we've had instances since 2020 where Transnet has failed to meet the requirements of the customer. So what that means is that when we fail to meet the requirements of the customer, we are penalized. So we have to now pay the customer the penalty. So in 2020-21, that penalty was not paid. For whatever reason, Chair, it was not paid. I'm still trying to figure out why that happened, but it didn't happen. It did happen. 21-22, the penalty was also not paid. 23-24, the penalty was also not paid. As a leadership team in this year, we made the decision that we will resolve the issue of unpaid take-or-pay penalties in this year, because it helps us also with our, remember, we're trying to collaborate with our customer. So these are the things that we need to clean out as we move forward. So what we then did, we went and engaged the customer on the take-or-pay penalties. There were really 4 main customers, coal export customers. Those customers agreed, in fact, to waive the take-or-pay penalties. We had a total of 2.5 billion. We had a total of 2.5 billion in take-or-pay penalties that the customers were entitled to. We went, negotiated with those customers. All 4 customers elected to waive the take-or-pay penalties on the agreement that going forward, we would work together with them in terms of how we would want to increase the movement of their cargo going forward. All of the improvement initiatives, they would be working with us. 2 of the customers, we had to provide them capacity in other channels. The other 2 customers, who are pure Richards Bay coal terminal customers, decided that they'll waive the penalty, but going forward, there will be no further waivers of penalties should we fail to perform. What we've then had to do on the basis of the direction received from the Auditor General is still continue to provide for those customers who did not waive unconditionally. And that's really the issue with the take-or-pay penalty. So we're hoping that that story is now resolved and that going forward we perform. Alternatively, we would need to pay a take-or-pay penalty should we fail to perform.
All right, so I'm going to ask a follow-up, but answer it after Honorable Atkinson has asked his questions, because I do have a follow-up on this take-or-pay, because we had a conversation with the Auditor General's office, and I have been involved in my life with the preparation of financial statements before. And tell me if this is not true. Tell the committee if this is not true. You can also, because if that had stayed, those penalties had stayed on your books, they sit as a liability for which you must make provision or pay them, which means your loss widens from 7-point-something odd billion to closer to 10 billion rand. And what I want to know is whether nobody went to those suppliers and said, please, man, do me a solid, waive them for now, and we'll deal with them after the reporting period. Because if we don't waive them right now, then our financials we don't meet our financial ratios in terms of our debt covenants. And this could present us as, I just want to understand that that is not so, because I look at that relative to your projections of what tonnage you will be able to carry. And what the reconciliation I need is that in terms of your plan, that the terms on which those have been waived are going to be met. Otherwise, all we've done is we've resolved a reporting period issue. Otherwise, those penalties come back. Because in terms of what you've said those penalties come back anyway. So I need to know, on behalf of the committee, whether there is capacity to then meet that new commitment. Otherwise, the penalties don't exist now. When you come back to Parliament in the next financial year, they are back on, and we have a new problem. Sorry? And the exemption from the irregular expenditure in the report, that waiver from Treasury. Thanks. So can I ask, so let's hear Honorable Atkinson. Start with Honorable Mente and my follow-up, and then go to Honorable Atkinson, because I want us to move and cover as many members as possible. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much for your presentation. There are just 2 points I'd like to ask questions on. The one was this issue of theft and damaging infrastructure. You spoke about the pipelines, but also obviously what was very much in the news over COVID was the theft of railway lines. Now, this is not something where someone can sort of creep in the middle of the night and put a couple of railway lines under their arms and walk away. I mean, it's something that needs to be arranged on a fairly industrial scale to be able to go and steal railway lines. I was just wondering what actually happened in that regard. I mean, has there been, did Transnet get investigators in? Have the police been involved? Have we got to the bottom of who's done it? I know that there have been some people arrested for selling railway lines, as scrap metal and various other things. But obviously this is something that's almost akin to terrorism, because you're basically destroying state infrastructure. And one would hope that enough action has been taken now that this kind of thing won't repeat itself. Because I mean, it's incredibly expensive to replace, to go and have to lay new railway lines. And also, to keep protecting your pipelines and various other things. So you'll probably find there are a fairly small group of actors who are involved in this thing, and the question I'm asking you is, what was done from Transnet's side to get to the bottom of it, to get these people arrested, to stop this from happening again, and what mitigation issues are you doing for the future? And then the second thing, which you highlighted in the presentation, was that a lot of the equipment's old, it's outdated, and I'm wondering if that goes for systems as well, because we know far too much of government has been done on Excel spreadsheets. So I'm wondering, what is the state of the systems in Transnet, and have those been updated, and do we have the best possible there? And then just a lead-on question from that is, does Transnet do an investigation of the very best of what's out there? I mean, do we go and have a look at other ports like at Rotterdam or Hong Kong or those other ports to see how people are running incredibly successful ports, and what needs to be done here? So are we using best practice overseas? Are we aware of exactly what we need to do? And what sort of plan do we have for renewing? I know you mentioned this is obviously a financial issue, because the government doesn't have the money, and it is something that's probably going to have to be done in terms of public-private partnerships. But I'd just be interested to know what the plans are going forward on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm trying to get the question now. There was a question around Africa business and the investment. So I think you're referring to what we call Transnet International Holdings, which was our Africa business division, so to speak. So we are still continuing that particular area of our business. That company, so to speak, is dormant. It's not operating. However, we have within our group business development given them the custodianship of dealing with all Africa business. We get a lot of inquiries from various African countries for utilization, whether it be leasing, etc., of our rolling stock. one of the initiatives that we are busy with now, both to take care of the needs for the African continent, but also within the country, taking into account the reform to allow private access onto the network, is to also make available through the establishment of a leasing company, rolling stock that we would go to market, get a partner with, refurbish, and then provide that to private operators as well as to the region for use within the network environment. In terms of, so we are hoping to continue to invest in that rolling stock so that we can make it available not only for Transnet but also for private actors to be utilizing so that they can use it once they get access to the network. There was, I'm trying to think what was the other question.
It pertained to irregular,
Oh,
the waiver of
the
irregular.
waiver.
And what the honorable member wants to know, and I want to know, and the committee wants to know, is notwithstanding that waiver. So when you have that waiver, what happens? Is it a free-for-all? How are you holding people accountable? What is the state of play?
So it's not a free-for-all, I can confirm that, and I can confirm that we continue to intervene and we have strong structures that we've put in place. When we mentioned the remedial plan, it was exactly to deal with the kind of things that we were picking up, whether it be irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we have not stopped. In fact, we have enhanced and increase the controls to try and catch these things as they happen. We've also been very firm in terms of the disciplinary processes that we need to implement. When you talk about are people being held accountable, are we dealing with that? Certainly, I can say to you, we've been working very closely with the Special Investigating Unit to ensure that they can assist us with some of the investigative capabilities and ensure that we recover anything that has been lost to the state when it comes to irregular expenditure. We continue to do the work. The only thing that the exemption, and again, I'm not an accountant, but my understanding, the only thing that the exemption sought to do was to remove it from the annual financial statements and allow us to report it in the integrated report. So that was the only difference. The fact that there was an exemption did not mean that we were allowed to take our eye off determining whether it is in fact irregular expenditure and determining whether or not we should be taking consequence management or implementing consequence management against perpetrators. In fact, I think the loss control officer would be able to, I mean, she's one of the reasons that we've appointed a loss control officer is so that we can focus on ensuring that the kind of things that we had seen in the past do not reoccur. Have I answered that adequately?
Do you have something to say on this to enhance the CE's answer?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and to specifically respond to Honorable Mentor's questions as to who did what, when, what happened. We do keep a register. We do know exactly what happened when and who did what through the determination tests and the assessments that we do. And yes, we do take into account, and it has been raised in previous committees, which is something as the GCE has highlighted on, that we are working on consequence management and ensuring that. Maybe a point I want to add on, Chair, is to clarify the exemption part. When we received the exemption, which was on the last day of the financial year 2022, the stats that we had, I mean, starting from 2015, and those numbers are available and were audited to the committee should they wish. The first qualification started in 2018, Chair, and it was 8.1 billion. Going through 2020, we had 131, and the last time when we really had to go to the National Treasury to plead for assistance simply because the processes of identifying irregular expenditure does not necessarily mean there has been fraud and corruption in certain cases. It could merely mean the requirements of Treasury says advertise for 21 days and you decide to advertise for 14 days for whatever reason. And that will be irregular because it would have been a non-compliance with legislation. So when we realized that also the number of 104 may not include the total value of the contract, whereas you need to include what you have incurred. And that is when we were supported with getting the exemption of saying, don't include, then you are allowed not to include the note in the financial statements, because if it is included, it was the reason from 2018 until 2021 that we were qualified, simply because the auditors get there and say, what about this, what about that? And those that were not included are the issue, not what has already been included, Chair. And also to, just lastly on the exemption part, and then National Treasury realized that this is not only a Transnet problem, but it's the country's problem. On the 3rd of January 2023, they issued an instruction note 4 of 2223 that says all the organs of state are no longer reporting on historical issues. Now that they are also very close to the process and the Auditor General's support, looking at the numbers that are disclosed, every entity you are allowed now to only include what you've incurred in the current year and the 1 year comparative. So what will happen post the exemption, we will continue to include and report on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as irregular expenditure. So it will be 2025 financially, which has already started because the exemption ended on the 31st of March 2024. Meaning, as we sit here, the numbers that we are incurring will be reported in the annual financial statements just for this year, 2024 and 25, as well as 2023 and 2024. Anything before and prior that, the instruction note does allow to say, then disclose it in your integrated report, because you don't have to hide the numbers. They must be in the public platform, but they will not be subject to whether it has an impact on your annual financial statements or not, because it also wanted to align with the financial reporting statements that require you to only report current and comparative, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will come back to this issue, Honorable Elephant. I've got a whole trail of issues at the end, right? Yeah. So can I, because there's a ton of issues that go beyond Transnet on on this issue, and I don't want to narrowly keep it at Transnet. Can we deal with Honorable Atkinson's questions? I was going to ask, so don't you like forget and almost catch yourself saying Brian? Because you used to work together.
I don't think I've ever called him Brian. I think it was always Mr. Molefe. Chair, I'll answer your question at the end, you said?
Yeah, please. I mean, I've got a series of, but I'll do a summation and ask you to respond, because there are issues around this exemption that, that go beyond Transnet, yeah.
All right. So before I go to Honorable Atkinson, the issue of the take-or-pay, Chair, you are correct. What we've dealt with are the historic penalties. If Transnet continues to fail to meet the customer's expectations going forward, there will be no further waivers of penalties. So it's not as if the historic take-or-pay is coming back in this new financial year. The agreement with the take-or-pay customers, and the customers want take-or-pay agreement. So going forward, we will be, we've got the one agreement that expires, I think next year. We are now in the process of negotiating longer term agreements. When we do that, chances are the customer will continue to insist on take-or-pay. We will need to see at what level of take-or-pay we agree with them. But the historic take-or-pay from 2020, as I've indicated, to this year has been waived. Okay. Honorable Atkinson, the issue of theft and damaging of infrastructure, it's an activity that actually keeps us awake at night. I can say to you, in the pipeline space in 2020, we were experiencing up to, I think the worst was 22 incidents in 1 month. 22 incidents in 1 month. They happen in the early hours of the morning, so we would be getting the calls. We have had to, as I've said, at the time, the strategy was to pay for the consequences of the breach rather than spend the money on preventing the breach. So we've had to flip that strategy. Now, on the rail side, also, we are arresting hundreds of people all the time. I think the court roll cannot accommodate all of the people that we are arresting, which is why the strategy has to flip. It has to be about preventing the breach. I always say to all the service providers, once there is a breach, we've lost. Because we've lost volumes, we've lost, the petrol is not moving, the diesel is not moving. So you've had to have an integrated approach to it, which covers the preventative aspects, you know, the physical aspects, the intelligence aspects, but also what happens when you do arrest people and they end up in court. Are we ensuring that they're getting the correct sentences? We've also had to spend quite a bit of time with the prosecuting authorities and the prosecutors, the investigators, so that we ensure that we also investigate this type of crime differently. It's not a theft, it's not a break-in. It is damage to infrastructure, critical infrastructure. I mean, you've mentioned what you think it should be called. I don't necessarily disagree with you in terms of how you term it. We have regular instances of stealing of rail lines. Particularly, we found it now where in lines that may not be in use anymore, we see a lot of that, but we see it across the network. And I can tell you, if you go and you look at what has been deployed on this network, it is extensive to try and prevent the type of crime that we're dealing with. The issue of old equipment and systems, as I've indicated, we have a lot of manual systems. We are working right now on, for one, on the procurement side, for example, we have a procurement automation process that we are trying we're working on and we are rolling out in the business. So, for example, in the old days, Honorable Lefe, you would have remembered a tender box. We do not have tender boxes in transit anymore. It's all by electronic submission. But then there's the rest of the process that we are also working on automating to take away some of the human element that has, you know, resulted in maybe us not getting the desired kind of results. So a lot of work going on completely. You'll see in that triangle there was a block there that speaks to the digitalization of some of our infrastructure. The investigation of ports and looking at benchmarking, yes, there's a lot of work that we're doing. In fact, some of the purchases that we have now made, if I can make an example, has what we call a remote functioning capability. Because of the inclement weather that we experience, if the operator is in that machine and the wind blows, the equipment automatically slows down and then even shuts off at a particular level of wind, right? So the kind of equipment that we're buying now is to sort of try to future-proof us so that when we have inclement weather, we can have an operator sitting remotely and still be operating that machine. But of course, as we say, these are the things that we need to get our people to buy into because it's necessary if we want to operate in the kind of weather that we've been experiencing. And we're doing that in terms of seeing what are the benchmarks across the world, whether it be in railways, whether it be in ports, to see how best we can do that. Have I answered completely? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana, yeah, I've noted you.
No, just a small one, Chair. Maybe before you move, I recall in your articulation and some in the presentation, there were things that were forwarded to the AG for comment. So I don't know if maybe you would like her to give us a complete picture to comment before you move on, so that we complete the...
I am coming back to those.
You'll come back?
I am, yeah.
All right.
They're on my notes. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. No, we welcome the presentation, both from the Minister and also from Transnet as led by the CE. Yeah, I think we note that Transnet is facing a number of challenges ranging from high debts to declining asset condition, maintenance backlog, legacy, governance shortcomings, key equipment, non-availability, etc. However, we also acknowledge that from the presentation that you have given us, there are steps that you are taking in trying to correct the situation. However, as much as we note that at the moment, the AG's opinion remains the most credible document that we will rely on. We hope that what the things that you are telling us now, they will be confirmed by the AG in the next auditing cycle to say definitely there are improvements. But we are noting that CE. Well, I've got few questions, few specific questions. Well, some might sound like a repetition, but I'm going to repeat where I've not had a satisfactory answer from the questions that were asked by colleagues. With regards to the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure and also irregular expenditure, I think that's a very important matter, which colleagues have raised, and I've heard the CE responding that indeed there are consequence management. Well, before that, I think we must acknowledge the fact that we are saying there's a decline in terms of both fruitless and wasteful, and also in terms of the irregular expenditure. I think that is appreciated. Now, coming to the issue of consequence management, which has been asked by colleagues, I think we are also indicating that there are steps that are being taken and stuff like that. However, my worry is that that does not feature in your presentation. I think we only hear you when you are doing an oral response to question. I think, and I would have thought an important matter like that should have been part of the presentation, to say we are dealing with this kind of cases without putting confidential information, but to say we are dealing with this kind of cases because of the people who are implicated, who have contributed to Transnet to have irregular expenditure and so forth. So I think it is an important matter for us that such information we should be having in the document, so that even in future we're able to make follow-ups to say, in terms of our last interaction, you did indicate that you have taken steps against so and so to try and correct the situation. How far are you? What are the results subsequent to that? So it's something that worries me if that is not in the presentation. We only hear it through your oral reply to question. And also noted from what the AG said is that the majority of the irregular expenditure, it's around issues of procurement. So I'm interested to know what steps are you taking in that particular unit to make sure that you arrest all these tendencies that lead to you incurring irregular expenditures. I think because it mentioned a number of things, but I think majority of them, I think they are all located in the supply chain or in the procurement unit. So I'm interested to know what are you doing to try and arrest that situation in that particular unit. There's also an issue of revenue collection. It would look like you previously, I think one of your challenges that you were not taking effective and appropriate steps to collect revenue that is due to you as per the requirement of the moving forward. And then I see that now you are making a very good projection that you are looking at raising about 1 billion rand, which is your profitability target for 2024, 2025. It's something that we appreciate and we would like to see. But I'm just worried about the realistic, I'm worried about as to whether is that realistic given your history. Because it would like previously, I think you would had projections that you were unable to maintain. So is it really realistic that you can be able to make such a profit in the financial year 24-25? Because if you make estimations that are unrealistic, I think it also have an impact also in your books. So I'm just interested in knowing that how realistic is that that we will be able to collect that. My last question is with regards to the internal audit unit. What support is the internal audit unit giving to the audit committee in their oversight functions? I'm raising that because the AG has consistently made findings on material misstatements on the financial statements. So I want to know what is the support that the audit unit is giving to the audit committee in order to avoid all these material misstatements on the financial statements. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Skosana, I'm going to give you a prize. You were succinct, thank you. Ms. Phillips?
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions. Thank you, Chair. We'll start at the beginning. Honourable Member, we did provide a report purely for 23-24 in this presentation. I take note of your comment where you say it should be part of the presentation in terms of the consequence management. We did provide a further report that seeks to, and I'm not sure if the members had received that, but we kept it separate from the main presentation, that provides the information on all of the matters that are currently under investigation, as well as the consequence management that would have been taken in specific matters that have been topical, let's call it, over a period of time. So, and that a lot of that content is within the SIU's report, because we're working very closely with them to ensure that we actually recover where there's been loss to the state. So there are a number of matters. There are some matters where there have been criminal action that has been instituted. There are also matters where we've taken disciplinary action as the employer. There are also instances, of course, where people may have resigned or, before disciplinaries, and how we've dealt with that. But that forms, it is in fact in a report, Chair, that is available. And if it's not been handed to the members, we can make that available. I hear the point that you in future would require it to be part of the main presentation so that we could actually refer to them. But this is what we've put in for the specific period under review. Okay. Then there was the question about the majority of the instances being within the procurement space. If in order, may I hand over to the procurement officer who can speak to you about the steps that are being taken, Chair, in detail.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. It is correct that the majority of irregular expenditure come from procurement, typically because of the fact that the irregular expenditure is the result of the procurement activities. Since the exemption that we granted, we have strengthened supply chain management controls, and there's quite a lot of work that we've done in that area. One of the things that we've done, Michelle spoke about the e-tender solution that we have within the organization. A lot of irregularities used to come from the point of view when the tender closes because we had the tender box. And, from time to time, when we are busy with the adjudication of the tenders, the tender documents will get lost. And when the Auditor General is looking for certain files, the files will get missing. So from that point of view, the e-tender solution is helping us a lot, in such a way that, if you look at the limitation of scope that we had from 2020 up to around about 2021, when we implemented this year, we had no single limitation of scope from the supply chain management environment. And over and above that, Chair, we are digitizing procurement across, because at the moment we have got the e-tender solution where your tenders are submitted electronically, and there is no person that can be able to go and alter your tender documents, unlike when the tender documents are submitted manually. Over and above that, we have put in controls that are very critical in terms of what we call high-value, high-risk tenders. These are the tenders that are above 200 million rands. We have got the services of our own Transnet internal audit that would review the tenders, whilst we are basically running the process. And if there are any challenges, we'll be able to address the challenges on the spot. However, in terms of the other tenders that are lower than high values, we obviously do a proper review from time to time. And with every file that we put in place in terms of supply chain, we review every file, whether it's an RFQ. An RFQ is the request for quotation, which is below 3 million rands. And that on its own, it helps us to identify the irregularities, before we get to a point where the Auditor General comes on board. And over and above that, we are able to help the team to make sure that we correct that. And certain area, Chair, where we used to have challenges is the area of contract management. We've put in a very robust contract management policy with standard operating procedures that are helping us to manage our contracts across the rest of organization in a standardized format. And one part of the problem that we experienced was the issue of demand management. We've put in a policy in place. We are putting in a policy in place to manage the process of demand, which is an area that was problematic from the point of view that if you submit your request to procurement late, we are bound to make mistakes, from the point of view that the minimum requirements in terms of the timelines that we issue the RFP, sometimes we don't comply with. And over and above that, there are certain times that we do not necessarily have experienced people to work on the project. And part of what we've done, which is very, very critical, Chair, is the review of the supply chain management policy. Because our policy was outdated, and there were certain areas where we scored our own goals, because the policy on its own, it was very difficult for us to comply with. I'll give you a typical example where we say that we needed to go to the market to obtain 3 quotations. And, specifically when you don't get 3 quotations, it becomes a finding, whereas we don't have a control in terms of what the market, would be able to give us. So those are some of the things that we amended to make sure that our policy is basically enabling us to comply, and over and above that is basically giving us an opportunity to detect any irregularities before it happens. And we have increased our second line of assurance from the supply chain management governance, as well as the third line of assurance, which is really the support that we get from Transnet internal audit and the internal audit companies that are sourced in to help us. And lastly, Chair, we are in the process still now of training our supply chain management people so that they understand the implication in terms of the regulations that we need to comply with. And this is really helping us a lot in terms of making sure that across all 7 divisions, we are standardized in terms of how we are managing the processes of procurement, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. There was a question about the revenue collection. Kaleka, you want to respond?
Okay, thank you, Chair. When it comes to revenue collection, Transnet has got quite a number of residential properties where the people that are staying there, including the hostels that we have in the KZN area, they are just not paying Transnet. And there's been a lot of efforts to actually go and collect there. Some have been handed over to legal, but with the Auditor General, we did have that discussion to say, unfortunately, from the property portfolio, we still have a lot of customers that are not paying. Hence, then there is that statement to say we're not collecting revenue. But then from the legal perspective, those customers are handed over. And also there is a project within Transnet to identify all the non-core properties and also try to sell some of those properties. But the revenue collection is related to that portfolio of assets.
Chair, maybe to add to that, there were specific instances where we had either tenants or customers that owe us quite a bit of money. And from both the legal and obviously we want to avoid the legal process unless it's really, really necessary. So we've been engaging quite extensively with some of these customers to ensure that they pay us. If we can settle at a level that is that saves us in terms of making the decision to go to court, then we would do that and we try and get the money in. And then there's also been instances where we've had to take back property, where first of all collect the money, but then also take back property and terminate agreements where necessary. I'm pleased to say we did have an issue, I think, in previous years with PRASA, and for the most part that has been resolved as well. On the question, Honourable Member, of the 1 billion rand profitability target, as I've indicated, there are a number of interventions that we are working on within the business, some of them in conjunction with our customers, but also the certain self-help interventions that we've had to deploy. One of them is the one of sale of non-core properties, but also there's a lot of work going into cost optimization and making sure that where we spend, that we actually spend for value that is going to be created purely and not, in terms of waste. So there's a lot of work going on in terms of removing as much waste out of the system as possible. So it is an ambitious target. But some people have said that maybe we are not ambitious enough, so we continue to push to see, where we will end up. I can say to you that the numbers, if we do meet the volume numbers, then there should be no reason why that target should not be achievable, together with some other interventions that are in place. In respect of the support that TIA is giving to the audit committee, look, I think that there's a lot of support that is coming from both the internal audit as well as, I have to say, as the AG. The AG has been very instrumental in assisting us in identifying some of these things that we need to correct going forward. It's one of the reasons that we've put some structures in place within my office to oversee that. And TIA is instrumental in making sure that we have that structure, that they will, be very that they will contribute to ensuring that when we get to the next audit, that a number of the things that have been raised in particularly this audit does not, trip us as we go towards the end of this financial year. So again, we've aligned. The Auditor General has indicated to us very clearly what the concerns are, and our push is to ensure that we don't repeat some of the findings that have been identified in previous years and in this year.
Thank you. No, I'll do another round, Honourable Molifi. I just want to give Honourable Esek a chance. He's been waiting since 9 a.m.
Nature.
Oh, Honourable Maduna, I thought you didn't want to participate today.
I did not. But
Okay, but we are forcing you. Okay, Honourable Esek and then Honourable Maduna, and then so I'll take both of you consecutively, because I'm also watching the time. I want an answer, and then I want to give the members quick follow-ups.
Sure.
And then I'm also going to summarize, because there is information also that we're going to ask for Transnet further information to send to the committee.
Chair, thank you. Yeah, I indeed have been patient. I have so many things that I wanted to raise, and but lots has been said by my colleagues, and I respect that. So forgive me. I'm gonna I'm going to have to cut out a lot of what I wanted or needed to ask or comment on. If I'm being somewhat repetitive, just forgive me, Ms. Phillips, just scratch it off your list, but I'm just trying to come to grips with what I got here in front of me now. Okay, Chair, through you, you know, I looked at the operation presentation last night. I scanned through it. It is very detailed, but I must be honest and admit that I could not finish the entire reading up of it because I was pretty mentally exhausted. So, you know, my comments here is that when I look at the operations presentation and I compare it to, you know, the huge debt, the losses, the declines, as well as the widespread theft, it is a huge matter of concern both to this committee and I think to South Africans as a whole. So therefore, you know, with all these underperformances, I need to find out now, maybe you've answered that diplomatically, but I need to know in a simple, concise answer, what is the board and executives done now in spite of these huge salaries and golden handshakes that have been floating around? I'll tell you why quickly, Chairperson, and I'll try to be concise. You know, I've been reading a media article, and I have a copy of it here in front of me, and then it takes off with saying that the Transnet entity does not elaborate on extra payments, citing confidentiality. So now, for me, you know, or the layman in the street, when he reads this, you know, he begins to say, but how come? How is this possible? Because I will just quickly, if you'd allow me, Chairperson, it says, and I'm going to sum this up like express, it says, you know, Ms. Dlamini, the former CFO, received 3.6 million rand, including a 2.8 million salary, 1 million UIF contribution, 770,000 for other payments. Then it goes on to talk about Portia Darby and her golden handshakes. And then sadly, Ms. Phillips, it talks of Ms. Phillips, who acted for a few months before her appointment was confirmed in March, received a total of 5.5 million rand, including 417,000 in other payments and 343,000 for others. So, you know, my question to that is, why would this be so confidential? I mean, after all, both the entity and we are responsible for being answerable to South Africans and the taxpayers out there. So if you've grasped that one, Chairperson, I'll skip all these other ones. Realistically speaking, here, this is my opinion, my humble opinion, ma'am, is that through you, Chair, I personally do not believe that Transnet has any operating profits, okay? Because your expenses in simple layman terms are way, way above your income. And I mean, all these bailouts have basically sustained Transnet. So yes, we might have a good story to tell. Ek weet nie. Ons sal seker weer oor 'n jaar hier sit. And I don't know what that presentation will be compared to the last presentation I had last year. But be that as it may be, the question again here is, are you proactively able to collect outstanding debt? Simple. The issue regarding public-private partnership, I think that also came up in discussions. My question here was, how do you plan to leverage private sector capital, considering that your financial statements are somewhat dismal? Okay, from a business point of view, I think the NATREF issue was discussed. I'm not going to go there. Transnet's leases on properties, I think it was touched on. I wanted to know when and to what extent have these been re-evaluated or renegotiated? Are we getting value for money? Are we getting market rentals? Okay. Issue on capex expenditure. It was mentioned that it increased to some over 166 billion. Are you seeing value in terms of this huge amount of expenditure of 160 billion rand in capital expenditure? Okay. Chairperson, I'll skip on 7. Skip on 8. Skip on, is there a review? Is there a review, Ms. Phillips, of all the quotations? I think that was touched on for tenders. or for any non-compliance and report of irregular expenditure. I think my colleague also might have spoken about it. I'm referring to the register, okay? And then, of course, you know, because if this is being done, and this non-compliance are being recorded in the register, etc., then I must ask, with due respect, again through you, Chairperson, then why has the AGSA got findings on this? Why does he speak of it in his reports if this is being done? Okay. The AGSA has highlighted that hearings were not held for confirmed financial misconduct cases. You mentioned that there are huge discussions transpiring. You know, you've tried to give an update. With due respect again, Ms. Phillips, please, when you come back here, and when the minister comes back here, and I ask through you respectfully, Chairperson, we need names. We need names of these individuals that need to be held accountable, so we can name them and shame them, and then hold them accountable through the correct channels. And then finally, two more, and I'm done, Chairperson. I've done pretty well. I note that there are a number of acting positions, Ms. Phillips. Now, in your opinion, I mean, I've looked at this list on the board, so many people. In your opinion, do you not believe that the board is somewhat bloated? Okay. And then finally, the issue with the Philippines tender, the Philippines-based, I think it was International Container Terminal Services, if I'm correct, yeah? Now, that issue and APM terminals, I read something about the court case that's pending or coming up. Yeah, I wanted to just, for you to cite a quick update on what is the position regarding that court case, because I think it's a big one, and again, there seem to be huge financial ramifications, Chairperson. I'll stop there, and I thank you profusely for the opportunity. Thank you.
You are too kind. Thank you. Honorable Maduna, you said you've got 8 questions?
No, I fear 8 is too much.
Okay, thank you. That's what I
Just
wanted
few
to hear.
questions, I will time myself. No, thanks, Chair. Waniel said good morning, good day to you, Chair, honorable members, Transnet, AG. I think the minister would have already left. Thanks very much for the opportunity. And yeah, Chair, you are right. I would have thought that I will not participate much. Yeah, but being as that it may, I think, Chair, one should start by recognizing that indeed the debt being used at Transnet is really alarming, as I think also the AG would have highlighted it. It's really alarming, and I look at news articles and other sources. I see that there are more, I think I would have seen something around the, there's a lot, sorry, Chair. Around the 1 billion that would have been approved by African Development Bank as a finance to Transnet, also to by new development bank. I think around 5 billion. Now I was questioning myself. I think it's the other one is US dollars. So I was questioning myself: is all these borrowings that Transnet is doing, are they all going towards capex, or some of them are funding operational costs within Transnet? I think that's my first question. My second question, I think on page 18 on the presentation, I noticed that on the irregular expenditure and so on and so on, and I think, Chair, you rightly cover me when you speak about the irregular expenditure and the intention thereof in relation to financial obligations and the financial the debts that Transnet would have and would want to have going forward, and its implication of its continuously receiving qualified audit opinion. Because I think also myself, I would not go near anyone that is not getting good audit opinion while they wanted that from me. So I think you correctly covered the chair in terms of what I think of the reasoning behind the exemption would have been. Because I think, let me first start there. I think I noticed that on that page, on 2021, it does not show the previous. On page 18. Yeah, on on 2021, it does not show the new irregular expenditure. I'm not sure whether you did not have any in that particular year. And the following year, I noticed that it does not show any multi-year irregular expenditure, obviously, previous commitments that would have been made. And Chair, according to my analysis, I think there's not much difference that would have happened in terms of the irregular expenditure going forward, in terms of the exemption that they would have received. Because I think the perception would have been that they would be given a period in which whereby they will improve their internal control, risk management processes and government processes around to ensure that they eliminate irregular expenditure vis-a-vis wasteful, fruitless, and so on and so on. But we'll see, because the exemption would have already lapsed. But that is where I'm going, Chair, that I would agree with you that it did not have much to do with them improving their internal controls around the issue. It had much with them looking or preparing or receiving audit opinions that are not unfavorable in order for them to be able to inquire more debt, of which, according to me, is a problem. Some perhaps, Chair, you, including the CEO through you, I could be corrected. I think that's one. Two, I know that I think the AG would have noted that the audit committee has failed for 2 financial years to update the audit chart, the audit committee charter, and I would be very worried if the board cannot do a basic thing such as updating the audit committee charter, as these have are very important elements in ensuring that the oversight that is played adequately moving forward. So I would want to get perhaps proper reasons in terms of why would that not have been done. And I think one will also wonder if there is a continuous improvement, there is a continuous reviews annually as required as IAA SA standards in the internal audit charter to ensure that there are no outdated provision, ineffective oversight that is played, and so on. I think that one wanted to ask that. Then I would have went to, because I also sit on transport, I would have received their FS. I would have went through their, I think I had Honorable Neil would have asked this question. I saw the doubling in the, in the remuneration of the board chair compared to the previous one. Also the members thereof, because I think I just cannot find it, and the members thereof, and I would love to get perhaps a clarity, because I did not hear it provided a clarity. Maybe I might have stepped outside when the clarity was provided. Sorry, I mean the board compared to the previous year, the earnings that they would have been given, that doubled. I want to check on the issue of the maturing debt, given that we all know that you obviously would have an option over repaying or requesting an extension on the maturity date of the debts that would be maturing. I just wanted to check, because I know this would affect also liquidity or creditworthiness, also the overall financial stability of the entity. I just wanted to check what were your plans with these maturing debts. Are you planning to refinance them? How are you planning to move forward? I think, Chair, before one ends, I just wanted to, because I would have thought someone, okay, let me first start about this one of EBIT. I think Honorable Brian, Honorable Mulife, I'm just forgetting the surname,
Yeah.
would have spoke about the earnings before interest, tax and depreciation and amortization, obviously. In terms of, does it include yours, does it include provisions? I think that's what he was asking. Or if yes, one would love to just a brief rationale before that, because usually provisions would typically not be part of operating expenses. However, we would usually create a separate line item on the balance sheet for them to. And I think when I went through your financial statement, I would have noticed that they are not 25, so they are kind of alone, leave alone that they are short and long term. But I just would have wanted maybe some clarity in terms of how would you arrive at that particular determination. Chair, second to last question. I would have thought one of the honorable members would speak about this, because what worries me when I look at Transnet over everything that is happening there, Chair, I noticed when I think it's the first slide or the second slide, the revenue would have increased with 11.6%, but the net operating expenditure increased with 19.2 or 19.3%. That is a very worrying indicator, Honorable Chair, because it tells you that the expenses or the operating expenses of Transnet are increasing at a rate that is greater than the profits their profits are increasing. That tells you that at a later stage, you might have some serious problem, which brings me to a question that I see that they've made a projection that in the next financial year they will make a profit of a billion. Perhaps just a brief high level in terms of the strategic plan that they have to turn around this loss of 7 billion to 1 billion profit. I think it would be and Chair, as I learned, I think one would not be doing justice. As I'm sitting here and everyone is asking, I'm remembering that I would have seen on the news yesterday that there is a youth organization that would have marched to eThekwini municipality. Apparently, young people, as we all know, that we have a time-ticking bomb of young people that are unemployed. My peers are unemployed. Now, they were demanding jobs and all that. And I think young people of the country would have been at an agreement by now that reindustrialization of the economy of South Africa would be the key thing that would be able to allow us to create jobs and ensure that everyone live and will achieve the country that we want to achieve, which is a prosperous South Africa. Now, I want to check, given that Transnet should be at the center of ensuring that this reindustrialization will happen, I want to check, I would have expected also one of the honorable members to speak about it, around the issue of 20% achievement of your annual targets. I would really want to understand what would result in that, given that it's usually it's either there's a lack of accountability, insufficient planning, there's a bad resource allocation, and then we could not prioritize well, or you basically created ambitious targets. Because given that you get 28%, I mean, that's a fail even in today's curriculum of metric. That's actually a fail when it's less than 30%. So that is what one would want to raise that question. And perhaps also state that I think over the last time Transnet would have achieved about 60% of its performance targets, it was 2018. After that, we've always been at the average of around 31% plus minus 31% of what you plan that you will do annually. You always achieve that. So I think that's a very worrying state, not in an accounting way, but in as human being. And lastly, Chair, I want to check the issue of lastly, Chair, the issue of whistleblower.
Please, because the
Yes.
other members are going to start throwing stones
There
at
is
you now.
there is an issue of I would have seen a story about the whistleblower that was made, and I think a week or 2 weeks after there was an issue around 500% Transnet contract price inflations. I think it was somewhere in April or something like that. I just want to check, those that come to you and obviously assist you in detecting some of the matters, what mechanism do you have to ensure that you protect these individuals or hide their identity if they don't want to be known? Thank you.
So thank you. So honorable members and the Transnet team. So we have to manage other time constraints. So I am going to ask you to do the following. Let me give a complete set of comments. Firstly, I think you have earned yourself an oversight visit from the committee. So this interaction here is important, and we value it, and thank you for being here. But there are quite a few matters to dig into, and also for us to kick the proverbial tires to see, because Transnet's operational performance is critical to its revenue, its profit, and therefore its going concern ability, its ability to avoid penalties, its ability to assist the economy to grow instead of blocking it. So this is a first interaction. The second thing I want to say is to the extent that some issues may have been dealt with, so you don't need to repeat those, then the members will get minutes and so on, because I do want to ensure that the questions we have not dealt with, that the members have asked, are answered. So that would be the second thing. The third thing is there is a slew of issues relating to the Auditor General's findings. So I ask some follow-up questions. I never got to ask my own relating to the Auditor General's findings. Some issues are specific to Transnet. Some issues are important to understand from Transnet's perspective, but they've got wider implications in terms of SOCs and the fiscus and so on. And to that extent, we will send you written follow-up questions that we need the committee to receive ahead of the minister coming to Parliament to account for the same. So can I ask you to deal with the questions from the honorable members? Don't repeat anything that's been dealt with before, because there is a session at 2. And the members like to get a body break and eat before they go to another long session, which ends in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'll try as best as I can, Honourable Isaac and Honourable Maduna. There was a question about these extra payments citing confidentiality and why. The committee will guide me because, I mean, I can't comment on arrangements that have been made with previous leadership. In respect of myself, you mentioned the other payments. I had been acting in the position since October of 2023, and I would assume that the additional payments would have been in respect of my acting role. Then the issue about how do we leverage, I'm picking them if you don't mind, Honourable Chair. How do we leverage private sector in our business, the kind of things that we are doing? You recall on one of the slides, when we look at the look ahead, we've been indicating the kind of possible transactions that we've identified wherein we could crowd in the private sector. Now that could take the form of, could take different forms, could take the form of management contracts, could take the form of concessions, of parts of our businesses, etc., could take the form like we have in the DCT Pier 2 situation, where we've actually concessioned, in a way, equity for a period of 20-25 years. So that's how that specific transaction works. So we've allowed the private sector to come in with us jointly for us to manage the terminal. They will take over the management of the terminal and the operations. We will still be there, but we will be there as a partner an equity partner in respect of that particular transactions. So there are different ways that we can do it. I think the government has been clear that with, in fact, the president, with all of these private sector participation transactions, government will remain the owner of all of the assets, but will allow the private sector to come in different ways, whether it be, as I've said, management contracts, taking over terminals, etc. You've asked the question about the names of individuals. Again, Chair, we do have a report, and we will be guided by the committee in terms of what it is that we are allowed to present. But a number of these matters remain sub judice, so where there is public information available, I think we can provide for that. There are instances, though, the Honourable Member Maduna makes mention of the whistleblower or the person that was murdered. There are instances where these matters still remain under investigations, and we'll be mindful not to jeopardize the outcomes of some of these investigations. I want to leave that particular question there, so I'm busy doing that. The issue of acting positions, unfortunately, until we've dealt with the disciplinary matters of whether it be employees or management or executives, we are not in a position to fill those positions until the disciplinary procedures have been concluded. The disciplinary procedures will either mean, upon conclusion, that if the person proves its innocence, or if the innocence is proven, that the person comes back, the suspensions, or if the outcome is that the person is dismissed, then we can proceed with the recruitment process to fill. So you'll find, for example, in the TNPA situation, where we've got 12 people on suspension, we have to conclude the disciplinary process before we can not have people acting in the position. It's clearly not ideal, because, you know, once you have acting, there's a bit of instability when it comes to the leadership. The matter, I think maybe I can hand over. I'm not sure how to answer the question about the board being bloated. My understanding is that we've actually requested that there be some additional skills that we believe that we need. For example, expertise in rail. For example, corporate restructuring, finance restructuring kind of skills that we believe is needed to augment the skills of the board at the moment. And that's a conversation between the minister and the board itself.
I apologize, Ms. Phillips. Chair, based on what you're just explaining about these individuals that are suspended and matters still being investigated, can I just assume then they're being paid a full salary while sitting at home then?
So the procedure is such, Chair, in all disciplinary processes, because employees, in fact, anybody who is accused of anything is regarded as innocent until proven guilty, they are suspended with pay. That is one of the reasons why we have to be motivated to conclude the matters sooner rather than later. Yeah. There's some questions that I'm going to ask my colleagues to respond to. One is the matter of ICTSI and APMT. That matter is currently in court. I think it will be heard in the next few days. On the 16th, there is an application to interdict Transnet from awarding to ICTSI, who is the preferred bidder in that matter. That process was run. We had ICTSI, which was identified as the preferred bidder. So the way it went, my understanding is that both parties got through the various hurdles. Essentially, the one came with a better bid than the other one, which is why it became preferred. The challenge that we now have from APMT is that APMT is owned by what we call Maersk Line. They operate in the country. So they are challenging the award on the basis that they say one of the criteria that we have said ICTSI has met, they believe that they have not met that and that they should not have passed through the gate. I think the court will determine, what it is. And then there's a second application, which is the review of the entire tender process. Yeah. And that matter is due for October, I think, the second, the entire review of the process. And the Honorable Maduna had quite a few questions. I think I've answered most. I'm trying to also not repeat. So, do you want to answer the EBITDA question about the inclusion of provisions in the EBITDA?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, yes, as confirmed, Chair, previously when Honorable Mulife asked, provisions are part and parcel of the EBITDA line. Below the line, you only have, below the EBITDA line, you only have depreciation, fair values, and finance cost. So those are provided for because they are expenses that will be incurred in future, provided then the event that triggers them is confirmed. So they are part and parcel of the EBITDA number. And also, as correctly stated, the other leg, the second leg of it is sitting in your balance sheet. Thanks.
Please switch on your microphone.
Apologies. There was a question around the achievement and the fact that it's a fail. I think that's noted, and it's not acceptable to us as well. It's one of the reasons that you'll note our recovery plan is over an 18-month period. We have just concluded the first 6 months of that recovery plan. We are now in the second phase of the recovery plan. It is a holistic plan that covers various aspects of the business. And the hope is that as we now sign the new shareholder compact with the new minister, that as we move forward, that we will be able to comply with the requirements that the shareholder has of the business. I certainly do not want my tenure in Transnet to be around a 20% number. It's not what I am aiming to achieve in this business. I think I've answered the question on the whistleblowers. So in respect of whistleblowers, we have a confidential processes, whether it be they can come to us directly or they can come through what we call a hotline to raise the matters. We then have a team of people internally, but we also have arrangements with the SIU where required, where we can say to them, we need you to assist us in respect of resources to investigate. They will then, through their exercises, determine, the year, whether or not it needs a proclamation and there's work that needs to be done, and they will then proceed in terms of the investigation in that way. What we do have, we have set up what we call an integrity unit within the business. It's new, but the focus there is where we get these kind of reports from whistleblowers is to hone in to see whether it is substantiated, whether it's founded or unfounded. Of course, if it's founded, we can proceed, but we do also have a number of unfounded matters, which we investigate and then we try to conclude with those matters. There was a question around the audit committee. Let me go back. Sorry, I'm going between pages. The audit committee and the updating of the audit committee charter, Honorable Maduna. The COSEC is here. My understanding is that the charter has been updated and it's currently in the approval process. Is that correct? It is currently in the approval process. So we will report going forward as well as to the process in terms of charters across the business. I'm not going to answer then the issue of continuous review because I think it's covered in that one. Chair, there was a question about maturing debt and how we deal with it. We are in an unfortunate space where we have to get new debt to deal with old debt for the most part. It's not where we want to be. You've talked about, Chair, equity injection or recapitalization that we've requested in terms of support from government. The only bailout in respect of the true sense of the word, was the 5.8 billion special provision that we did get from government. We have made the necessary applications from government. In terms of a recap, the response was a guarantee of 47 billion. We continue to make the necessary applications and we'll await the outcome of those. But it's definitely not the best space to be in, where you are paying debt with debt. The matter of young people demanding jobs, it's something that I actually take quite personally, because as I've said, if Transnet delivers on the mandate that it has to grow the economy of this country, we should be positively impacting the unemployment rate and be creating jobs. And really that, when we talk about all of the things that we want to do and try to recover this business, it is in fact to be able to get more people and to be able to create more jobs so that we are able to, in a sense, move people out of poverty. Chair, I welcome the request for an oversight visit. I think that when you come into our environment, there are things that you will see there that cannot be explained through a PowerPoint presentation or through the oral conversations that we're having now. I think that when you come into our environment, a lot more will probably come to light, and it would be good for you to have that kind of understanding of what actually goes on in that business, and purely the complexity and how things work within the transit environment. We agree with you, Chair. I mean, the work that needs to happen now, post the audit and the engagement with the Auditor General, is to work on how do we put together an action plan that seeks to deal with all of these audit issues that have been raised in the Auditor General's report. I'm not sure, Chair, if I've responded to everything. It's been a tough session.
It's been a long day, and I hope you've had a drink of water. So let me then thank you very much to you and to your team for coming through and providing some information to the committee. I think we are at the beginning of our process of understanding and conducting the oversight in the right way. So what we will do is this. There are questions we will send you in writing so that we can get that information for the committee. In the meantime, some of those pertain to the outcomes of the latest audit. Some of those pertain to operational performance as it relates to the revenue able to generate and so on. Some will relate to the procurement issues, and others will relate to some of the issues I canvassed with the minister that appear to be a bottleneck, because the reality of the CRCC problem is that you have to find a stopgap measure which also costs money, and at some point it's got to smooth out and realize value for Transnet and for the South African economy. So there'll be questions that we will send out. The intention of the committee is not to replicate the work of the transport portfolio committee. So that's not what we are about. What is important, however, is that we oversee properly the governance matters, which is why I keep leaning on the AG. We will have an engagement with the SIU relating to Transnet, so that we develop further understanding of those issues. So that's important. In my communication with the minister going forward, we will also, that's why the board charter, the shareholder agreement, etc., all of those things are important, because part of the failures of governance have had to do with ministers getting in where they shouldn't, and management dealing with ministers and board members dealing with suppliers and so on. So there are some things that proactively we need to make sure that stay within their lanes. So that's important. But there are also issues relating to debt, to recapitalization, and so on, that we also need to be able to. And then the the legal issues that have got an impact on the bottom line. We will also be asking you to express some information in certain ways that assist the committee, because we have to be able to differentiate. So the goal of the committee is preventing financial loss, ultimately. I don't want us to spend too much time on whether the desk should have been blue instead of yellow, but it does exactly the same thing. Not that it's not important, but I understand in those discussions, there's quite a few things that happen that lead to financial loss or the breaking of processes and procedures. So that's also important. So to the extent that we'll do oversight, we'll ask questions. We're not replicating the transport portfolio committees, but we're making sure that South Africans get value for the money that gets invested. That's a factor of governance, operational performance, management capability, and so on. So we're not picking on you, but there is 2 percentage points GDP growth being held up under Transnet, and if we do that, a whole lot of things change for the better. We're not picking on you, we want to help you, but in the process of helping you, there'll be a lot of tension and a lot of tears, but eventually we will get to where we need to get to together. So thank you very much. I want to thank the members of the committee as well for your patience. I hope you get some food before the next session and something to drink, which is not brandy and Coke. But thank you very much to the Transnet team for being here. We will be in touch. Thank you.